There's a lot of people here, so it may take a little bit more normal, but I'm going to be looking through. And if you are a board member and you're in the, if you're as a attendee and working to move you over, just talking out loud as we're doing this. You can also, many people have my cell phone as board members, and if you text me, I'll keep a look. I think I just brought Doug over. Just getting, as everyone joins us, we're just doing a little bit more. It's just want to make sure we're fully prepared. So Max, our district manager, is doing a few things. I'm doing a few things, but we are getting ready to start imminently.
Okay.
I went through Max the best I could.
Okay.
I think I got everyone over.
Sounds good. I'm ready. I just want to make that announcement one more time, or I'll do it actually after you guys start, just in case there's any other board members or anyone here presenting tonight. Otherwise, go right ahead.
Okay.
We have a quorum.
We certainly do. We've got more than that today. Well, I want to thank everyone for coming today. My name is Stephen Brown. I'm the chair of Community Board 7. We are here to have really a preservation meeting, but we've also have it as a public hearing. It is a meeting to discuss the West Park Presbyterian Church, which is located at 165 West 86th Street. We have a pretty straightforward agenda, but I think it's going to be a long agenda as well, based on, I think we've got 183 people attended, so it's a very passionate subject. I'm going to introduce our two co-chairs. They're going to do a very brief introduction to the process. We will then have a presentation from the organization talking about, they're going to make their presentation. We then have a guest speaker that will speak for about 10 minutes who has some domain expertise. That's Robert Jager. And then we will then have a little bit of a different. We are going to have, because this is a public hearing, we're going to have a public session for about 30 minutes. Then we're going to move to a board session and have our board members speak, and then we'll go back to the public session for whoever else. What I do ask is that, look, everyone's passionate about this, and I think that's great. That's what we're here for, and we see 195 people, so that's wonderful. At the same time, what we'd ask of both community members as well as board members is to please be respectful and efficient with time. We're just gonna, the goal here is to have everyone who wants to speak, but just realize that it's time limited. So the goal is we're here to make sure everyone has an opportunity. We want to make sure people get to say what they say, but at the same time, we're gonna have to keep some time limits. So for the public people, we ask that you keep it to roughly 2 minutes. Max is gonna be our clock speaker and may tell you time is up. I'm going to try and be respectful, and if it's a little bit longer, but we do have to be diligent of time. And for our board members, I know this is a very important subject, so I just ask that we jump right in with be prepared with the things that we want to say or have our questions ready to go, because again, this is going to be quite elaborate conversation. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to our two co-chairs for preservation, who will do a little bit of an introduction, maybe a little bit of background. Michele and Kay.
Want me to start, Kay?
Yeah, Michele, start off. That's great.
Hi, I'm Michele Parker. Today it's 6:34 p.m. Good evening. This Thursday, May 5th, 2022.
Michele, I apologize for doing this but I forgot one thing I was supposed to announce, and that is, if you want to speak, what we want you to do, there's two ways for you to speak. Well, there are two manners. We want you to register to speak. So in the Q&A, there is a section where it says Max Public. You can go, it's under answered. You can click in there and you can register to speak. Public's not going to speak for about 30, 40, probably an hour. So you'll have plenty of time to do so. But please go on to this and register to speak, because there's so many people. We want to make sure we're diligent and we do this right. The other way also is on our homepage of our website, right in the top thing, right on our homepage, which is another way for us to register. So we have plenty of time to do so. Thank you, Max. If you go to the homepage, you see this area right here where it says public hearing. Between now and then, if you go to that homepage, you will be able to register. We're going to have everyone in a queue. Our goal is to get everyone to speak, but we are asking that we do it in those two manners because there's just so many people and we want to be very, very organized. I'm very much sorry, Michele. I said that's the one thing I couldn't forget and I forgot it. So apologies.
No problem. I'll start all over again.
I'll hand it back to you.
The time is now 6:35 p.m. on this Thursday, May 5th, 2022. My name is Michele Parker, and along with Kay Karpen, I'm co-chair of the Community Board 7 Manhattan Preservation Committee. We are here today to hear the presentation by West Park Presbyterian Church at 165 West 86th Street to the Landmarks Preservation Commission to proceed to allow for demolition on the grounds of hardship pursuant to section 25-309 sub 2 of the Landmarks Law. The mandate of our committee is to review matters prior to consideration by the Landmarks Preservation, LPC, for its appropriateness. It is our policy and intention to draw up a resolution this evening. That resolution will be submitted to the Community Board 7 full board for a vote on June 7th, 2022. The resolution, as voted on, will then be forwarded to the Landmarks Preservation Commission, where it is the responsibility of the Landmarks Preservation Commission to make the final decision. Our committee, and indeed CB7, is an advisory body. Our resolution is a recommendation that can be accepted in whole, in part, or not at all by LPC, Landmarks Preservation Commission. Kay, do you want to introduce the committee members?
Sure. Well, why don't you do that, Michele? I'll introduce myself, and then if you could just flag the folks who are here from the committee. We have a wonderful committee, Preservation. I'll just say that I'm glad to be working with Michele on this matter. This is a tricky matter. I just want to be clear about that. Our committee has been working, going through the application, trying to understand the issues involved. I want to say, by way of disclosure, I'm the pastor of a church, which is an individual landmark of the city of New York. As such, I am acutely aware both of the tremendous importance of keeping these precious landmarks and also the tremendous challenges involved in keeping them standing. So I'm eager to hear what all parties have to say tonight. And then we will just see what the best resolution is for us to come to.
Okay, thank you, Kay. And I as well am honored to be working with you and the committee. I am going to introduce our committee members. If you could just kind of wave your hand or something. Klari Neuwelt. Thank you. Josh Cohen. Thank you. Madge Rosenberg. Thank you. Peter Samton. Peter, where are you?
There he is.
Okay, thank you. Mark Diller, who I will thank, or we thank also for taking the minutes. Jay Adolf. Thank you. And Sue Schwartz. Is there anybody else? We have one other committee member. Is there any other committee member here? I don't see. All right. Now, I'd like to introduce now non-committee board members. Let me see who we have. Of course, we have our chairperson, Stephen Brown. Christian Cordova. Where are you? Thank you. I see Roberta Seamer.
There she is.
The name, but it didn't, the face didn't match.
It's her.
Right.
I can verify.
Yeah, Doug Kleiman. Thank you. Barbara Adler. Richard Ash. Thank you, Richard. Anybody else from the board?
Ken is here.
Robert Espier.
Oh, Robert. Oh, I see you. Thank you, Robert. Hello, Robert Espier.
Hi.
And I think
Louisa is
see
here.
I see Beverly Donahue. I see Seema ready. This could be a board meeting.
Ken Coughlin.
Ken
You
Cogley.
got Ken here, you got Ira.
Ira's here. All right, yeah, we could have a board meeting tonight, Stephen.
Yeah.
Just about, but we
Yeah,
won't.
just about, but we won't.
We could slip a couple votes in and get early on the June agenda, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So now that I think we got everybody, I apologize if I missed anybody. I want to explain the agenda now that you know most of the community board. Number one, the applicant will have 30 minutes to make their presentation. Number two, a guest speaker has 10 minutes to make his presentation, Mr. Jager. 3, members of the public may speak for 2 minutes each, and you'll be timed, and I think this is about a 30-minute session. Then the committee will deliberate and ask questions of the applicant. That's 4. Number 5, if necessary, members of the public may speak again for 2 minutes each, but we hope new members of the public.
Sure.
Please. And then number 6, we will close the meeting will be closed for further public comments and deliberation, and we will get back to the committee to draft the resolution. All right, so let's begin. We're ready to begin with the applicant presentation, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, but I'm just going to pause again, just because some people are continuing to come in. So what I had announced earlier, if you are a member of the public and you would like to speak, the way that we want you to do is to sign up on a link. That link is in 2 specific places. One is in the Q&A section. If you click on answered, because that's where it is, you'll see max public. Under there is a link, and that is where you can register to sign up to speak. You can also go to our website, which is CB7 Manhattan, New York website. Right on the homepage, there's a link on the top left-hand corner. I see many people signing up, so I think they're able to do so. But again, that is where we're going to be. I do see people just putting in the Q&A, I want to sign up. What I'm trying to say is you need to go to one of these links to sign up. I'll continue to say so. We've got like an hour, so you got plenty of time. We'll be very, very kind and make sure we get everyone, but that is what we're doing. Again, if you look under answered, the first line, max public, there's a link. It says HHPS, it says bit.ly. That is where you click and you can sign up. You can go to the home page, right in the thing, it says public service hearing. On the top of it, it says public hearing, speaker sign up. On the home page, we've got plenty of time. There's a couple board members that I see with their hands up.
Yeah.
We're really not going to start. I don't know if there's a reason that specific other than what we were very committed to letting them make their presentation first without anybody speaking, but
Unless it's a procedural question,
if you
Stephen.
got a procedure question, that's
might
fine.
be.
I think Mark has one.
Yeah, it's oh goodness. Yes, I'm the minute taker. I am thoroughly capable of misspelling Smith. And I will not see the sign up sheet that Stephen just referred to. So please accommodate me if I ask you to spell even the most obvious of names. And if I ask you to slow down, it's not because I disagree with what you're saying, it's because I can't take it all in. So there's a lot to be said. You may also see me in stereo because I'm trying to take notes and also observe the meeting. It's a broken computer, so it may not work, but I apologize for that inconsistency. But please do accommodate me with respect to the names. Thanks very much, and I'm sorry to interrupt.
Mark, I wish you surely will share the list with you, okay?
Yeah, we could share it.
I don't know that I'll be able to do both,
Okay.
but I'll try.
Okay.
Thank
Do what
you.
you need to do, Mark. What I'm saying is we'll have the list afterwards if we need to correct it as well, but we'll do our best. Jay, do you have a procedural question?
I
Very
do.
smart.
I just want to be clear as to what procedure we're following, that ultimately it's the committee members who are going to vote. That's my first question. That's
Yes,
clear.
that is true. This
Yeah.
is a committee meeting. I should
Secondly,
have made that clear, yes.
Normally in our committee meetings, during the presentation, committee members only, not non-committee members or the members of the public. The way we do it normally is that we have a right to ask a question or for clarification during the presentation. I assume that that's still the case.
I
think
thought
we'd like
about
you to-
that, Jay.
Yeah, I think we'd like you to save, make a note of it and save it, and then we'll come back to that and take as
What
long as we
about
need.
that? We'll
Okay.
see what we can do, Jay.
Yep, whatever our co-chairs tell us to do, that's what we'll do.
This is Max, actually, Steve, I got to jump in because I've received a few questions already. I think it's something I very quickly need to clarify. So everyone look at your screen for, okay, never mind, that did not quite work. But what you'll want to do here is you'll want to go down to the Q&A section and to find that link. A lot of people are getting caught up. You'll see 3 tabs at the top. One says open, where there's 19 currently. Another says answered, and the third one says dismissed. It is the middle one that says answered. That is where the link is that you can find. And as a refresher, I know we've said this multiple times, you can also find the link on our homepage. But again, if it's in this answered section.
Yeah, the sneaky thing is, Max, you don't answer, you should have left it in the open, and maybe if you want to multitask, you can sort of answer your own thing over the presentation. So
I think people can see
the top left, but we're good. We're good.
now. Okay.
We're good.
Okay, so we can begin with the applicant presentation. Please say and spell your name for the minute taker, and you may proceed. Thank you very much.
So whoever is, we
I believe Roger Leaf
Yeah.
is going to start.
may have to unmute himself. Hey, Roger, you need to unmute yourself. We can't hear you. I see you speaking. Roger, I'm going to plug to ask to unmute. If you're, it may help you'll see in your computer. Sometimes it prompts something.
I'm with you now. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Roger Leaf, and I'm speaking for the West Park Presbyterian Church. We thank you for giving us the opportunity this evening to present our hardship application and plan for the redevelopment of the site and its landmark church. The plan entails the sale and demolition of the church and the construction of a new building that will contain 10,000 square feet of state-of-the-art community and performance space. We've prepared a detailed presentation that will walk you through the building's current condition and safety issues, a detailed analysis of repair and restoration costs, the myriad of alternative designs we have considered, and the analysis supporting our hardship application. But before we begin the presentation, there are a few points I would like to highlight. This evening, you may hear that our plans will put an end to arts programming at West Park, and nothing could be further from the truth. The performance space in the new building will provide the center for arts for years to come within the community. You may also hear that the $50 million price tag to restore the existing building is too high. In fact, our hardship application contains over 100 pages of documentation prepared by structural engineers, architects, restoration experts, all supporting this analysis. You may also hear, likely from the same people who said they could raise money for restoration when the church was landmarked in 2010, that the needed funds could be easily raised. But over the last 10 years, neither the city, the church, community groups, or the center has been able to raise more than a fraction of the money needed for restoration. You may also hear the church has intentionally refused to make necessary repairs to the building as a ploy to obtain a hardship. In fact, the congregation has put every penny it has into the building and has had to go into debt so far in 2022 just to keep the lights on. The church supports the excellent work of the center, but it can no longer continue to subsidize its operations or maintain the building because it's simply out of money. The decision to submit a hardship determination was not reached lightly. We spent over a year looking at every imaginable plan to save the building, but the overwhelming condition issues made every other option infeasible. The pedestrian bridge around the building has been up for over 20 years and will have to remain so for as long as this building stands. The church has been the spiritual home of the West Park Presbyterian Church for over 140 years. But we must be realistic. In short, the building no longer supports the church's mission, and there are no resources available to make it safe or to restore it to its former glory. Our Land Use Counsel, Valerie Campbell, will now begin our presentation.
Good evening. My name is Valerie Campbell, and I am a partner in the Land Use Department at Kramer Levin. We're Land Use Counsel to the Church and the West Park Administrative Commission. I would like to focus the committee's attention on the application that is before it tonight and on the statutory findings that the committee needs to consider. This application is frankly unusual. The committee is not being asked to determine whether the proposed demolition and new building is appropriate. Instead, the committee must determine whether the church has satisfied the extraordinarily rigorous standards set forth in section 25309 sub 2 of the Landmarks Law for the issuance of a notice to proceed with demolition on the grounds of financial hardship. Specifically, the church must meet the statutory standards applicable to not-for-profits who, one, own a landmark property that no longer supports the purposes of the not-for-profit, and two, have a contract to sell the property to a for-profit purchaser that is contingent on the demolition approval. The availability of the hardship application is a necessary and constitutionally required component of the Landmarks Law, but it is rare. Since its establishment in 1965, the Landmarks Commission has only considered 19 hardship applications. A few people on this community board may recall that the Church of St. Paul and St. Andrew filed a hardship application under a different provision of the law in 1989, which was not approved. And at the same, I think in the same year, there was a successful for-profit hardship application for 361 Central Park West that was approved. Tonight's presentation demonstrates how the church has met the standards for a hardship application. However, we urge the committee and members of the public to review the application statement and the underlying reports and financial analysis in detail. We are confident in our assumptions and analysis, and we welcome your scrutiny. To summarize the requirements of section 25309, first, a not-for-profit applicant must show that it is exempt from real estate taxation and that it is entered into a contract to sell the property, which is contingent on the issuance of a notice to proceed with demolition. Second, the applicant must show that the property would not be capable of earning a reasonable return, as such term is defined in the Landmarks Law. The definition of a reasonable return is a return of 6% calculated on the assessed value of the landmark building. Third, the not-for-profit applicant must show that the property has ceased to be suitable for its purposes. And finally, the prospective purchaser must show that it intends to demolish the building and construct a new building with reasonable promptness. We thank the committee in advance for its time and consideration, and we look forward to responding to your questions. Before I turn the presentation back to Roger, I would like to briefly locate the church and discuss the basis for its designation. Next. So, as you can see, the church is located on the northeast corner of 86th and Amsterdam. It is outside of the historic district, which you see outlined in white, and opposite the Bell Nord, which is another individual landmark. One of the first things the church investigated when it was designated in 2010 was the possibility of transferring its unused development rights, but there are really no feasible sites in the vicinity of the church since it is surrounded by developed residential buildings. Next. Here is an early photo of the church on the left and a more recent shot on the right. As Roger mentioned, the sidewalk bridge has been up for more than 20 years and is perhaps the longest standing sidewalk bridge in the city. Next. West Park looks like a single building, but it was originally two separate buildings. There was an earlier chapel built in 1865, designed by Leopold Edlitz, which is shown on the right, and the main sanctuary and a unifying facade, which was designed by Henry Kilbourne and constructed in 1889. The church was built by this congregation, and this congregation has been in the church since its initial construction. The church was designated in 2010, and the church opposed designation at that time. Roger will now give a brief description of how the burden of maintaining this building has impacted the congregation and depleted all of its resources. Next.
Once vibrant West Park congregation has shrunk from over 200 members in the mid-1980s to approximately a dozen today and has not had a full-time pastor since 2017. Since 2013, the church has spent over $1 million to maintain the building, mostly from the sale of its manse, which is housing for its pastor, and it's exhausted all of its financial resources in doing so. Currently, relying on loans from the Presbytery in New York City to cover operating expenses and repair costs, including $70,000 so far this year to address urgent repairs to the building. Next slide, please. Shortly before landmarking, the building was closed with no heat or running water. It only reopened after a capital campaign to raise funds for a new boiler. In 2011, restoration experts under the aegis of the Landmarks Conservancy estimated that it would cost $14.6 million just to restore the building's facade. That translates into $18.2 million today. There is no prospect of being able to remove the sidewalk shed for the foreseeable future because of the condition of the church's facade. An example of ongoing condition issues, the church was closed for 3 months earlier this year over safety concerns. The building continues to receive DOB violations relating to the condition of the facade that would require millions of dollars to cure. Next slide, please. The Presbytery of New York covers all 5 boroughs and includes 89 congregations and 14 worshiping communities, including 3 individually landmarked churches and 12 churches located within historic districts. All churches in the Presbytery, including West Park, are owned by their congregations, which are responsible for their upkeep. The Presbytery does not have the financial resources to pay for repairs to West Park. Its annual budget for grants to all churches in the Presbytery for building repairs is about $100,000, which must be allocated among all 89 congregations. Next slide, please. The church entered into a contract on March of this year for the sale of the church property conditioned upon the issuance of a demolition permit by LPC. Under the contract, Alchemy will provide the church with $10,000 square feet of space for worship community activities and art programs. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Ken Horn to talk about the team that he used to assess the property.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kenneth Horn. I'm the president of Alchemy Properties. My firm is a development firm. We've been in business since 1990. We have done 33 buildings in New York City. We have worked on 9 buildings that are landmark buildings. Most recently, the renovation of the Woolworth building, which we went before the Landmarks Commission, and we've received tremendous amount of accolades. And on the Upper West Side, we're currently building 378 West End Avenue, which we also received landmark approval to build as well. When Roger and his team approached us probably about 9 months ago, our focus was truly on how to take the existing structure, rehabilitate it, and make use of the air rights above the existing church. Along those lines, we brought in a team which we traditionally use on landmark buildings, FX Collaborative, Facade MD, Severed Associates as a structural engineer, LBG, Leading Builders Group, as a construction manager, and CCI as code consultants. As each report came back from all the consultants that we brought in, it became apparent that the building was just in atrocious condition. Facade MD reported that the building was literally melting. Severed Associates reported that the building was literally falling apart. And every time we sat, and CCI pointed out that there were enormous code violations, which FX Collaborative will review as well. So notwithstanding the fact that we probably went through 20, even 30 different ramifications and different designs as to how we can keep part of the building, all the building, a portion of the building, it just became apparent that the building was in such poor condition that none of the schemes that we came up with were adaptable or potentially able to be used to develop the property. In fact, when we became involved with Roger, well before we even signed the contract conditioned on the hardship, in all the years of us being in business, we did not know what a hardship application was. We did not come in with the concept that the building had to come down. In fact, just the opposite. So it was with great hesitancy that we all decided that the way to move ahead was through the hardship application, because the physical conditions after we've done all these reports just pointed to the fact that the building was literally falling apart. And because of its material and its structure, it was basically impossible to fix or to renovate going forward. Dan Kaplan from FX Collaborative will further elaborate on the various reports that we were able to put together over the last 9 months.
Good evening, Dan Kaplan, Senior Partner, FX Collaborative Architects. I just want to reiterate Ken's statement. We went into this effort for full expectation that we could come up with a creative, adaptive reuse scheme to really revitalize this structure. But the more we researched, the more we understood the building, the more expert reports came in. The clearer it became, unfortunately, that an adaptive reuse is not viable. And I'm going to walk you through some of the reasons why now. As Ken also mentioned, this work was done in collaboration on the facade with facade MD Rick Lefebvre, who has had extensive experience in this area. Structural Severud Associates, Code is CCI for Code, and I'll walk you through their reports now. Next. So from a facade point of view, the church and the parish house are constructed out of red limestone, red sandstone facade material. It is a very soft material, is extensively cracked, spalled, and deteriorated. There are many unsafe conditions. If you go to the next slide, we'll give you a sense of it. These photos were taken in the fall. Facade MD's team on a cherry picker went and looked at, inspected the entire exterior of the facade. If you go to the next slide, and found numerous instances of spalling, deterioration. Next slide. And I think this slide is extraordinarily important. Most tellingly, sandstone is a sedimentary material, and it's built up over time in layers. This was put on the building so that the layers were basically up and down, and now are exfoliating or spalling off in layers. You can go up with your hands and literally pull the building apart on the left and on the right. And I'm sure in a heavy rainstorm, there are pieces of the building that are falling off, as evidenced on the sidewalk shed. And if you go to the next slide, on the right-hand side, pieces of the building are falling off on the sidewalk on 86th Street. It is also worth noting that while Rick's team could visually inspect all the sandstone there, we did not do any invasive inspections where you take apart pieces of the building and look behind the facade. We are very confident and fully expect, if and when that is done, there would be shown extensive water damage to the backup. Go to the next slide. This is the bell tower showing, much of the red sandstone, the lighter red sandstone, spalled away. Next slide. During Facade MD's inspection, a finial on 86th Street was seen to have a very large crack, and in an emergency condition, was just working with the DOB, was just recently removed. It was a very large piece of stone. Next slide. Structurally, Severud Associates, a well-regarded structural engineer, also did extensive inspections, visual inspections. The headline here is that the members of the structural members are pulling apart from each other, including the members pulling apart from the exterior bearing walls of the facade, especially on the 86th Street facade where daylight and rainwater are coming into the building. Next slide. There is extensive brick cracking through the bell tower and all through the backup structure of the church. This is not a cosmetic issue. This goes right through the various widths of the brick into the heart of the bearing material of the structure. Next slide. From a water damage evident throughout. Next. From a life safety and code point of view, all the fundamental systems are missing in this building. No sprinkler system, no fire alarm system, no enclosed stairs, no two means of egress from places of assembly, no emergency lighting. Really would need a complete infusion of these systems to make it habitable. Next. And from an accessibility point of view, this is not an accessible building. So a wheelchair-bound person could not get into it. Once they are in the building, they could not get up into the floors, and none of the toilets or hardware are accessible. So next slide. As was mentioned by Roger before, just this year, there have been 3 emergency violations, really that dealing with very severe situations, and since January the church has spent $70,000 to rectify them. Next. So we took these reports. This is just, I gave you a very skim the surface of the 100 or so pages of this. There are detailed reports, there are quantity surveys of the exterior wall, there are itemized lists of repair that is required, and Leader Buildings Group, a well-regarded construction manager who we've done work with, who built several of our buildings, that Alchemy has built several of their buildings and is familiar with this type of work, estimated and went out to the subcontracting community to get prices on. Next slide, please. The itemized breakdown at a very high level shows as following: to bring the church up to a state of good repair and make the interior habitable, just as an open performance space and not or religious space, and not doing any elaborate fit out, is approximately $50 million. And how did they get there? The facade restoration is approximately $18 million. And as Roger referenced before, that's very consistent with a report that was done by Siami constructors about 10 years ago on behalf of the Landmarks Conservancy. The structural repairs are about $3 million. Code compliance is $1.5 million. Interior repairs, about $10 million, emergency repair 70, and general conditions at just over 4. That turns to be $36 million. And then contingencies and fees, really, as I noted before, there is so much behind the walls here that we just don't know about, that this is a very reasonable figure. This figure was used as a basis for the appraisal that Adam Wald and Sharon Locatel will now go through with you.
Thank you, Dan. My name is Adam Wald. I'm Executive Vice President of Appraisers and Planners, and I'm joined by Sharon Locatel, President of Appraisers and Planners. We were retained by the applicant to prepare the economic analysis component of this hardship application. Next slide. So the overview of the economic analysis involves the purpose of our report, which is to determine whether a reasonable return can be achieved at the property following a renovation and restoration of the property. And the reasonable return, as Valerie mentioned earlier, is set forth in the statute, defined as 6% of annual return over the valuation of the improvement parcel. In the case of the subject property, since there's not been a recent sale, the valuation calculation is based on the assessed value. And in determining or developing our analysis, we relied on the landmarks law and LPC's previous analysis that they created in determinations of the stall matter, which was another hardship application. Next slide. So the basic components of the economic analysis are to estimate a market rent for the subject property as renovated and restored. And we did this for 3 scenarios, which we'll get into later. Then you estimate the stabilized expenses for the property as renovated and restored. And one of the components of the stabilized expenses is the aforementioned renovation costs. According to the LPC statute, you multiply that number by 2% as an annual set aside or as an annual expense. So the cost of doing the work that Dan talked about is translated into an annualized expense. So after we deduct those expenses from the income, we get a stabilized net operating income for the property, again, as renovated and restored. We'd also want to point out at this point that the real estate taxes or any prospective real estate taxes an investor would incur are not included as a stabilized expense, and they are included later in the analysis. So the net operating income is then translated into value by dividing the income by a capitalization rate. And then we use that number to compare it to the assessed value to see if a reasonable return can be achieved. Next slide. So the analysis we did is 3 development scenarios. We did a community facility and commercial use, which is the base scenario. Then we did an infill community facility and commercial use, which is essentially taking the original analysis and working with Dan's team at FX Collaborative to maximize all available square footage within the envelope of the existing landmark structure to squeeze out every square foot and maximize income to the property. Then we did a residential multifamily conversion of the building, in which a similar infill approach is taken, where we try to create as many floors and rooms and apartments as possible, as if this property were converted into a luxury rental building. And under all 3 scenarios, we were unable to achieve even a positive net operating income. Next slide. So for the base and infill scenarios, we looked at recent leases and 2 active listings in Manhattan, and 1 which was located in Brooklyn Heights and was in a historic district in a church. The uses range from education uses, religious school, church, and even museums and nightclubs, all of which are uses that have been in churches that have been repurposed for alternate uses. The takeaway is that the net effective rents that we found for the comparable rentals range from $32 to $103. Now, 8 of the 9 comparables are in a very tight range of $32 to $58 per square foot. The outlier comparable is from an entertainment venue in Times Square, which is a large nightclub. We concluded to a market rent of $50 per square foot applied across both the base and the infill scenario. Next slide. So this is an array of photos of some of the comparables that we considered in our analysis. Some are in the neighborhood. You may recognize some of these properties. Next slide. So this is the presentation of the analysis for the base and infill scenario. You have the square footages under both scenarios multiplied by the rents. We've taken a small vacancy and collection loss and established an effective gross income of $871,000 and $1,045,000 in the infill scenario. When it comes to expenses, we've been very conservative in this approach, and we've assumed that any tenant taking on these buildings would be essentially responsible for all of the operations of the property, utilities, payroll, repairs and maintenance. So that would be something a tenant would take on. So our operating expense ratios are less than 10% of the effective gross income. So from that figure, we then have an NOI of $786,000 and $944,000 for the base and infill scenario, respectively. And we deduct that amortized development cost, which is the total cost to do the projects, times 2%, which is translated into this annual expense. And we get a net operating income of negative $300,000 and negative essentially $200,000 under both the base and infill. And again, this is without factoring in real estate taxes as an expense. Next slide. So this is the summary of the depreciation calculation for the base and the infill scenarios. Again, it's the total construction cost. Plus, we included a small figure of $100 per square foot for tenant fit out, which is what any tenant would expect in order to occupy the space. We added it to the 49 million for the base scenario. And that's also added to the improvement assessment. So that's all from the landmark statute in order to develop this calculation. So you get the total cost of 54 million and 57 million for the base and infill, multiplied by this 2% to get the annual set aside as an expense. Next page. So the last scenario is the multifamily scenario. And what we want to point out that in order to create this multifamily scenario, everything in those two renderings, everything that's orange is a new window that needs to be punched through the facade in order to create legal light and legal windows for residential use. So we assumed, again, it's trying to squeeze out every square foot we could under the existing envelope. We got 20 apartments ranging from studios to 3 bedrooms. And in order to set the estimated market rent for the property, we relied on comparable rentals in the neighborhood, largely of luxury and pre-war luxury buildings in the Upper West Side. And we also referenced CoStar and Douglas Elliman studies. Next slide. So this is a summary of the rent projections we made for this building. Again, the property is only a 4-story building. It sits on 2 busy, wide streets. And some of the apartments will look out into a courtyard that won't get very much light at all. So our rents are average $6,300 per apartment per month. Next slide. And this is similar to the base and infill. This is the presentation of the income and expense statement for this property. Again, we have income of approximately $1.5 million. Typical operating expenses for a luxury apartment building. We would also like to point out here that the payroll we're estimating here is very minimal payroll expense for a property like this. In order to get those type of rents, almost all of them are from doorman buildings. This does not include provision for doorman expenses. This assumes a lean staff. And so we get a net operating income of 1.22 million. Again, we deduct the amortized development cost under this scenario. You'll see that it's more than under the base and infill scenario because the cost to convert the property to residential uses is approximately $10 million more. And again, we get a negative net operating income without factoring in real estate taxes as an expense. Next slide. And this is just a presentation of the calculation of the depreciation figure that we use as the annual expense for the residential scenario. Next slide. This is a summary of all 3 approaches. It shows that in all 3, we aren't even able to calculate if there is a reasonable return because we have negative returns, negative incomes across all 3 scenarios. And again, these development costs are without factoring in soft costs, which could increase the expenses by 15 to 20, the cost by 15 to 25%. So that's where we stand in our analysis at this stage, and I'll send it back to Dan.
Thanks, Adam. So just one last section, and then we'll turn it back over to the committee. So just want to walk through the conceptual design of the proposed replacement building. I just want to emphasize 2 things. Number 1, the replacement building would be as of right under the current zoning, and 2, the images you're going to see of the replacement building are conceptual in nature and very preliminary and really meant to illustrate scale and approach. Next slide. So it's an as of right development, approximately 100,000 square feet of residential, 10,000 square foot community facility, a small amount of retail. We are talking about a contextual zoning here. If you go to the next slide, Toby, the basic massing would requires, as of right, zoning requires a street wall of between 125 and 150 feet high, and then a setback with a maximum height of 210 feet. So here we've elected to put the street wall at about just under about 145 feet to match the cornice lines of the two adjacent buildings. And then there's the building rises up to 210 feet, which is really the height of the building directly across the street on West 86th Street, and certainly much taller, shorter than the building on 87th and Amsterdam. Next slide. This is a view on 86th Street looking east, again, to give you a sense of the scale and texture of the building. We are looking at a primarily masonry building that is contextual, street wall oriented, really respecting the cornice line of the adjacent building, and then rising up above. The next slide shows a view on 86th Street. Starting from the left, there's the retail component at the corner, a residential entrance on 86th Street, and then the brown frames show the West 86th Street frontage of the West Park community facility space that's being planned, that Roger referenced as 10,000 feet. If you go to the next slide, it shows the Amsterdam Avenue view of that as well. Starting on the right is retail for the right three bays, and then there's the West Park Church community center on the left with its own independent entrance. This also gives you a sense of the scale and texture of what a proposed building would be like. In terms of plans, 86th Street is the bottom, Amsterdam is on the left. The yellow is the residential lobby with about approximately 40 feet of frontage, a corner retail, and then the blue is the L-shaped community facility with 4,000 square feet at grade and 6,000 square feet below grade. I'll get into that in a moment. Next slide. As the building rises up, we're proposing an L-shaped residential building that creates the street wall, but also creates a generous rear court in the back. Next slide. As noted before, we did a study for how this 10,000 square foot space could be used for the church, for arts groups, for community groups, and our preliminary plans show approximately 150 seat auditorium with all the requisite back of house spaces. It shows a gracious lobby off of Amsterdam Avenue, and offices and meeting spaces for the church and other community groups. Finally, we have not designed this space. It has not been designed. It's very preliminary if you go to the next slide, but we wanted to illustrate what the quality level of that space could be like. On the left, this is Center for Architecture on LaGuardia Place, but perhaps this could be like on 86th Street, looking into the center, the West Park Church space from the street, and looking at grade and looking down. And on the right is the Irish Repertory Theater. Really demonstrates how an interesting creative performance space could be fitted out. And with that, I'll turn it over to Valerie.
Thank you for your patience. I know we went a little bit over our allotted time, but we did want to give you a complete presentation, and we're available for questions.
Great. So I'll jump in just from a process perspective. I think we discussed now that we also have an industry expert, that's Robert Jager, who's going to be speaking a little bit about his background. He is the co-founder of Partners for Sacred Places in, I guess, 1989. He's author of multiple books, including Sacred Places at Risk, and he has a very esteemed background with degrees from Cornell University as well as the University of Michigan. So Bob, if you want to jump in here, I think we're going to have you as an industry expert speak for about 10 minutes, and then he has offered to stay during the Q&A and offer to answer questions. So thank you very much for coming with us.
Thank you.
And thank you. And I'll just mention that we did ensure, because there was a lot of questions about this, that he is not retained by anyone related to this matter. Go ahead. Thanks.
That is correct. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Stephen. So I'm Bob Yeager. It's pronounced Yeager, just so you know, and I'm the president of Partners for Sacred Places, co-founded by me and Diane Cohen, who some of you may recall from the 1980s. She was active in New York and then moved to Philly. So we co-founded Partners, and we're pretty unique. We're a national nonprofit that works with congregations and communities to try to help these great old buildings stay active as centers for not just for the congregation, but for the community. In fact, we have done a lot of research with the University of Pennsylvania, which shows really that these places are, or often should be, civic assets as well as religious places. And it sounds like West Park is a good example of that. About 90% of the people that a church or a synagogue or a mosque serves by the programs that are housed in the building, almost 90% are non-members. So it's an important way to kind of help us rethink what these places are. So a Presbyterian church is not just for Presbyterians, and the Catholic Church is not just for Catholics. That's a new way of looking at our sacred places. And that's led to a lot of our work with congregations that are often smaller. And of course, West Park is a good example of that. Congregations that are really challenged because they're not as big as they were. They don't have the same financial resources they once had. It's important for the larger community to see them as civic assets and to work with congregations to help them take care of the buildings and use them well. You know, I often say when I speak to congregations that churches and synagogues need to manage their buildings differently. They need to fundraise differently. They need to share their spaces in new ways. But if they do so, that many of these buildings can continue as churches or synagogues. One of the interesting bits of data that I can share with you is that if a congregation tells its story well and does a community-minded capital campaign, as much as 2/3 of the money they raise will come from outside the membership. 2/3, which is very powerful for a small congregation that's really worried about its future and wonders, how in the heck are we going to take care of this big old building? So, you know, one of the things we do is try to help a congregation tell its story, articulate its civic value, talk about its architecture, talk about the people it served, talk about the role it's played in the life of the community, and then invite the community to work with it, to think about its space, to reimagine the space, and to raise money to take care of the building. A term that we're often using now is transitioning sacred places. And Stephen and a couple of others are aware of this book that I'm happy to share with any. I don't know if you can see this on Zoom. I'm kind of holding it, but you can't really see it. But it's a book on transitioning older and historic sacred places. And by that, we mean that when congregations are small, they need to see themselves as transitioning from an old model to a new model. And the new model may mean, hey, we need to rethink how we use this building. It may mean we need to co-own this building with somebody else. It may mean that we might want to work with a developer, but in a preservation-minded way. And so we're encouraging denominational leaders and congregations to think about themselves as, hey, you know, we're not what we were in 1960 or 1980. It's a new world. So how do we invite our community in to work with us to rethink the way we manage our building, the way we fund it and take care of it, and the way we use our space. So West Park is not alone. And I don't know if you're seeing this in the Upper West Side. I'm seeing this around the country, particularly in the Northeast and the Midwest. I would say most urban congregations have dwindled over the last 20, 30, 40 years. I'm sure you're seeing this in the Upper West Side. We're seeing this everywhere. So West Park is really not alone. And so I think it's an important message for those of you, like, you're civic leaders, right? How can we work with a church like this? Can we help them? I can't judge whether it's too late and whether that building needs to be demolished. I can't judge that. All I can say is that there are many congregations like this. And we believe by working with the community and discerning options and alternatives, many congregations can remain and these buildings can be preserved. And that's why we are excited about the work we do. And just one last note, I've been doing this for 35 years. A lot has changed, you know, but the basic trends of a lot of congregations getting smaller, which means they've got to be creative, and they've got to be community minded. You know, they can't do it alone, that's for sure. Congregations cannot do this alone. They've got to work with their communities. So that's the bottom line for our work. So we're a nonprofit. We do this for the sake of the neighborhood as well as for the congregation. I'm happy to have a quick moment to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. That's great. I appreciate it very much. All right, now we're ready to move, right, Michele, into 30 minutes from the public. And Stephen, are you prepared to handle those signups, or Max? Okay.
Yeah, so Max and I are going to do it. Max, give me a sec. And as soon as I clicked on something.
Yeah, I just want to say a shout out to Jessie Nieves, who's from our office. She's done a tremendous amount of work and research for this issue. I've worked with her for a couple of years on another committee in this committee. And she's really, I love watching her grow into the love for this preservation, these preservation issues. Also, we have Natasha Kasmi, Ira Michnick, Paige Cowley, and Rich Robbins from the board with us this evening. I just want to point that out. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. So we're going to do 30 minutes worth of public. At that point, we're going to transition over and do board members, and then we'll go back and do more public. So I think we're in the 40 range of public. So I don't think we're going to get to everyone, but we will today. I will ask one question that came up in the Q&A because I think it's a pretty general one, and that is, this is for, does the public have access to the materials that were presented today? And if so, where would that be?
Yes.
On the
correct.
website.
Yes.
It's been on the website, Stephen.
It's on our website.
Yes, sir.
Under CB7 News and Information. I believe it's the first one there, maybe the second one, but I think the first one.
Great.
Yeah, on the right hand of the homepage. Right.
Great. Okay, so we're going to be just democratic about this. There's a list that came through. It's going to be a first come, first serve, and we're going to have as Mark said, apologize if I butcher names, but we're going to have a Simeon Bankoff speak first. You're going to have 2 minutes. Max is going to say 2 minutes. We're going to try and be respectful that people go a little longer, but we ask people to do the best they can. So Simeon, you have the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Simeon Bankoff. I'm actually reading a letter on behalf of Reverend Dr. Derek McQueen. Dear CB7 Preservation Committee, I'm saddened and disappointed to hear of the request to de-landmark the West Park Presbyterian Church by the Presbytery of New York City. As a ministry member of the Presbytery, I've been aware of West Park and the Presbytery's disdain for the landmarking of its churches for several years. However, as a board member of the center and supporter of preservation, I invoke personal conscience to disagree with the presbytery. Denominational and civil processes do differ, but aspire to the same end. That is the benefit of the community's needs, preserving and making better the fullness of the quality of the life for its people. I'm sure you all know of the social and political history of the congregation at West Park. When the church partnered with community members to continue with its social missions by creating an arts center while maintaining its religious purpose, it was a win-win solution. Values and dedication to community have been abandoned for the promise of an economic boom and a hollow solution to saving the church. It is a travesty. The fact is the presbytery has entered into a tentative agreement with a developer that hinges on pushing its narrative to get what it wants. This hearing itself is the sole community engagement of the community in its rushed process to sell the building, which was its intent when it finally engaged in guiding the church little over a year ago. Its disrespect for the community even factors into its recent rhetoric of the last few weeks of creating an arts space with no input from any artistic community. A luxury apartment developer very, very rarely has any expertise in what it takes to create a space for artists. As a Presbyterian, I understand the Presbytery's desire and need to figure out how to maintain as many of its properties throughout the city, and I also caution. I suppose that West Park is de-landmarked with such little consideration.
You have reached your time. I really.
If you can
Okay, let me just finish this one.
Okay, we can move on to the next one.
Yeah, we have a copy of that letter that came into.
We do. We have a copy of everything. And I think this is a very good opportunity to remind everyone that we really do have to be cognizant of time. There are a tremendous amount of people speaking, and we do have to move this forward. And again, there is an opportunity to continue to submit stuff to us, and we will pass that along to the co-chairs and et cetera.
Could that letter be sent?
Sent to me, thanks.
So we have a Josette Amata, who I've promoted.
Yes, I'm here.
It's your turn.
Hey, I'm Josette Amato. I'm with West End Preservation Society. And we feel that WEPS cannot support the demolition of this architectural beauty or sanction the landmark's removal. We believe this is a dangerous step. We feel there is enough blame to go around on what brought us all to this untenable position. We understand, and certainly you have shown us many reasons why you think that this can't be pulled out. It does seem like there's a lot of smoke and mirrors and glitz, a crumbling old building, and look what we want to give you in exchange of a fabulous new, exciting place. But what we would really love to see were some of the slides that the developers came up with, which is using perhaps some of the structure, some of the facade, maintaining some of this wonderful building on the corner so that you can still have your incredibly tall building going there, making your more than 6%, which everyone is so excited to do, and still keep this wonderful building that has been part of this community for 150 years. So we hope that there is another option out there that maybe just hasn't been hit upon yet, but we certainly will be looking for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Josette. Give me a moment. The next person is Avery Ryan, and Avery, you are enabled to speak.
Hi, Avery Ryan. I live next door at 161 West 86th Street with my family. We purchased our apartment in 2012, just 2 years after the historic status was granted. I think it's fair to say that we had a reasonable expectation that it would not be revoked in such a short time. I understand nothing is permanent. But, Bob Yeager said it's not the 60s or 70s. It has not been a historic landmark for that long. I'm really struggling with how it could have been so mismanaged in such a short time. I did used to serve on the Board of Zoning Appeals in the village of Flower Hill, and we heard a lot of hardship applications for variances. One of the criteria was that the hardship could not be self-inflicted. I'm really having trouble understanding what has happened. And I understand there are a lot of fingers being pointed, but I think that it seems completely contrary to the mission of the landmark system to allow an owner to mismanage it out of that status. I would encourage really, really strict scrutiny of this application. And I'm not addressing the usual concerns about historic landmarks because I'm certain that they have been well covered in terms of what it means for the city to lose these buildings. The fact that a congregation was allowed to dwindle to so few people doesn't happen without complete abdication and complacency. And I really hate to see there be some financial gain and have the historic status just thrown away so quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Our next speaker will be Melissa Elstein. Melissa, you can speak.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having this hearing. My name is Melissa Elstein with the West 80s Neighborhood Association. I'm the secretary of that nonprofit. We're just a small neighborhood local organization. And back in 2010, and even preceding that, we were helping to support the movement to designate West Park into a landmark. And we testified at those hearings along with many, many residents, historians, electeds, and as we know, it was granted landmark status. This is such a tragedy. It's sad, and it's demonstrating, I think, the difference between what's happening in New York City versus Europe. In Europe, these grand historic churches and synagogues are protected and preserved and cared for. And just to see what's happened here in this situation in such a short amount of time since the landmarking is really a tragedy. When I wrote my statement for tonight, I was not aware of the Center for West Park potentially moving into a new building. And so I can't speak to that. I don't know what the terms of that would be, but my statement that I was going to submit still really calls for the necessity of community spaces so that neighborhood groups such as mine and others can gather, or can we hosted city council hearings there. We did the Zero Waste and Recycling Forum there. And the more we lose these community spaces at affordable rates, the less we're able to gather in person and have these civic meetings. So I'll leave it at that. Many other people are going to speak. And I'm just feeling extremely sad and disheartened at the current situation. I hope we can preserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Susan Nile, I believe, if I say that right.
That's correct. My name is Susan Nile, and the last name is spelled N-I-A-L. And what I wanted to say here this evening is to ask the committee to remember that when a landmark is designated, obligations arrive both in the owner and the Landmark Preservation Commission. In the case of West Park Presbyterian Church, both sides of that equation have engaged in dereliction of duty. This is nothing less than demolition by neglect. And the courts have identified demolition by neglect as a recurring problem. And in view of the failure of the Landmark Preservation Commission to protect this building, it's equivalent to what one court said, Nero fiddling while Rome burns. There is no question that the owner had a responsibility not to allow its building to go into the status that it now says it is in. But also the Landmark Preservation Commission had an obligation to enforce those duties. I would ask this committee to reject this application and not allow dereliction of duty to be hidden under rubble, and to tell the Landmark Preservation Commission to do its duty and enforce this obligation to protect. And that is important, and that is your duty to do because you are supposed to be speaking for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. We're going to have John Fiddler speak next. John, you're going to have
very much. Good afternoon. My name is John Fiddler, F-I-D-L-E-R. I'm a former conservation director of English heritage in London, responsible for Stonehenge, ruined abbeys, castles, churches, and cathedrals. And I'm speaking today from California in support of my friend, Paige Cowley, a fellow architect. It seems to me that because the church is on the National Register, it has a federal importance greater than the community and the neighborhood, and that needs to be borne in mind. It's not just of interest because of its beautiful Romanesque features, but because hundreds and probably thousands of people have been involved with the property over time, and there's a community history associated with the site. And then in urban design terms, the building it creates a great deal of interest in the landscape, the townscape of the neighborhood. And I'd like everyone to compare before and after shots of the church now and the building as proposed and see which one is said to be more beautiful. In terms of the dilapidation of the building, perception of risk, hazard, danger and abnormality is a function of expertise. And I have great respect for the people that have done their surveys, but I don't see them appearing on preservation awards programs every year. Paige Cowley and her colleagues, Kevin Poulin from SGH, are well-known local experts in the field, and they have challenged a lot of the technical views about the building. Yes, there are crumbling areas of the masonry, but they're not catastrophically structurally dangerous. They are a localized hazard and can be dealt with. Also, the costs of remediation needn't be taken at one shot. Cathedrals are looked after for centuries.
Thank you, John. Next, we're going to have Austin Celestin.
Can you hear me?
We can, Austin.
Great. Good evening. My name is Austin Celestin. I'm a resident of CB7 and an urban design and journalism sophomore at NYU. In 2 months, I'll be 20 years old. Since college, I spent all those years here. Most weekends pre-pandemic, I went to church at St. Paul and St. Andrew, and I spent most of middle school at the Center School on Columbus Avenue. And in all those years, I have not once seen this church without a scaffolding. The church has been in disarray for 2 decades. Crying for help before I was born, they were very blunt about the challenges they had faced and the consequences of landmarking the church, something they opposed, and something we brushed off. The community leaders, among them Gail Brewer, made a promise. We would chip in and help provide resources to help the church maintain itself. So we were well aware of their troubles and made grand promises that unfortunately we could not keep. And yet still we're acting like all the options are still on the table, all the money is there, when not one entity has been able to get close to the numbers West Park has said they needed. This is not absolving West Park of their responsibilities to upkeep the building. We have no right to grandstand and bemoan the loss of character when the red flags were flying for a decade before designation. As much as I would want to see this building last, and as beautiful as it is and how distinct it is, just sitting outside the historic district, de-landmarking is the best option. But this could serve as a lesson and a warning for the rest of our landmarks across the neighborhood and across the city. For example, a lot of places of worship sits on millions of dollars of air rights. Millions of dollars of air rights that in most instances cannot be realized, like St. Paul and St. Andrews down the block. I wish Alchemy could have been a potential suitor for those air rights. Go for something more ambitious, have some affordable housing, a taller tower, maybe put an elevator, make 86th Street Station accessible for everyone. But West Park should not be a martyr, but it needs to be a lesson for the future. We cannot maintain a building while the community that built it, the community that resides in it, gets gutted from the inside. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Marcia Flowers.
Hello, I'm Marcia Flowers. I'm a member of West Park Church for 30 years and a member of the session. I'm also a member of the board of the center at West Park since it's—
Marcia, if I may say, I think you may have multiple things. Somebody's got to mute themselves. There's a bit of an echo. I don't know if it's you, but I want everyone to hear you clearly. You may have us on like a computer and a phone or so, just giving you that.
I'm unmuted. Is that okay? Now?
Better now. Go ahead.
I'm in an area of a lot of sirens.
Sirens are okay. We're used to that, but it's the echoing. It's a little more, but I think we fixed it. So go ahead.
I'm here, but let me just say to this. When we got landmarked back in 2010, we were short of money at that time. We are a modest organization. We have a small congregation, but we have a very steadfast congregation. We have spent our time and our effort and our energy for the last 10 years in keeping this building going. We have sold the housing for our minister. We eliminated the minister position and had been led. We created and stabilized the center to serve as the non-religious recipient of raised restoration funds. We have not been derelict. This has been going on for 10 years. We have spent the money that we had at our disposal for the upkeep of this building. Now we have an opportunity to release the value of the property to give us a chance to new life and growth, not only for West Park, but also for the Presbyterian mission in New York City, which includes more than just West Park, and for the community around us. It seems to make more sense to cease this struggle for minimal survival and patching of a building that is no longer serviceable and create a new space which will house mission, worship, and arts. A church is not the building, it's the people. And the people of West Park and those who might wish to join with us and those in our community might enjoy a vibrant, safe, creative, and welcoming space. If we could get out from under the upkeep of a building that no longer serves its purpose. I support your vote to let us replace this existing structure and create something new and promising.
Thank you, Marcia. Sean Corsandy is up next.
Thank you, Steve. Sean Corsandy for Landmark West. And we urge CB7 to reject this request to de-designate the individually landmarked West Park Presbyterian Church. Rewarding an owner who engages in demolition by neglect will set a precedent that will be used by owners and developers across the city to destroy the city's historic fabric, precisely the result the LPC was established to prevent. CB7 must recognize that this is a discussion with implications for landmarks and districts citywide. You have an opportunity to make it clear that the owner and the LPC must fulfill their obligations under the law. West Park was designated January 12, 2010. Its findings report, quote, "The West Park Presbyterian Church is one of the Upper West Side's most important buildings," end quote. The City Council confirmed that decision 4 months later, and West Park has both the historical and architectural pedigree for its individual landmark and should remain so. When a property is designated as such an individual landmark, legal obligations arise for the owner and the LPC. The LPC is tasked with preservation, protection, and maintenance of its properties by legislative mandate. It has the power to inspect them, to ascertain their condition, and to take actions they deem fit, including bringing litigation to force the owner to bring them to good repair. To date, the LPC has not done so. Meanwhile, the congregation has had access to the nonprofit Bricks and Mortals, whose website cheerfully offers, quote, "We help you to restore and revive your sacred real estate," end quote. With all this expertise at the disposal, why has the owner not taken any substantial steps to maintain the building over which it has had complete control? We're not presented today with any preservation options. How about just simply selling it like it is? As is. Has that ever been done since it was designated? The answer is no. A vote for hardship is a vote for demolition. The community has proven there's still life for this building, and there are many options between outright neglect of a community asset and even more luxury apartments. Do not allow them to do this or to set the precedent that will doom many of our beloved landmarks to dust. Instead, reaffirm the community has rights and landmarks have meaning. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Next is Zachary Tomlinson.
Good evening. My name is Zachary Tomlinson, and I'm the Artistic Director of the Center at West Park. I'd like to tell you about the importance of the West Park building for our programs and our community of service. This building is not only a stunning piece of our city's architectural history, it is a living link between the artists and the activists past and present, and I hope future. For over 100 years, this building has been a home to artists and activists, from Joe Papp and the New York Shakespeare Festival to God's Love We Deliver, serving over 250 meals a day to New Yorkers at the height of the AIDS crisis. Today, our civically minded artists are the next link in that chain. A few examples from our current spring season: Anomalous Coast Benefit performance for Ukrainian refugees, Radical Kinship, Ensemble Pie's concert and conversation on mass incarceration, and Welcome to Imagination, choreographer Carmen Caceres's interactive dance piece about immigration and economic exploitation in Latin America. This kind of programming, passionately committed to justice and liberation, is inspired by the walls of West Park, which resonate with the history of all those who have come together for art and activism, for service, for mourning and celebration within this building. Our community of service needs this building, and it is a large, multifaceted community that represents the beautiful diversity of New York and its artists. Since 2017, the Center at West Park has presented over 300 performances, featuring over 600 artists for over 15,000 audience members. Our programs have supported the city's vital field of emerging and experimental artists, especially artists of color and queer artists who are historically marginalized and under-resourced. This building is the home, the history, and the inspiration of a thriving arts and culture community. On behalf of this community of thousands, over 1,000 of which have signed our petition to save the building, I urge you to help us save West Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Zachary. Our next speaker is Robert Feinstein. Robert, are you with us? You have been promoted.
I'm going to pass. Thank you. I had my question answered already.
Well, thank you. That is a rare event. So you get the award of the day. Let me move someone on and allow Rudy Weinberg to speak. Rudy?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, perfect. Hello, my name is Rudy Weinberg, and I'm a lifetime resident of the Upper West Side. I'm speaking out against this resolution to tear down the historic West Park Presbyterian Church. I not only come to you as a resident of the neighborhood, but as a member of another religious organization that faced this same conundrum. My entire life, my family has been members of Congregation Sharet Tzedek, and in 2016, the congregation's board made the gut-wrenching decision to sell our 1923 building, just as the West Park Presbyterian Church is now considering doing. I'm here to tell you not to do it. Not a single day goes by that I walk by that old site and do not feel sadness and regret. I am not going to sit by and let another building be destroyed. We do not need more luxury condominiums, which will only further exacerbate the affordability crisis we face here on the Upper West Side. Now, the church does have options. They can transfer the ownership to the citywide Presbyterian organization, or they can take the $2 million that have been offered to them by the Center West Park. This would allow, as the representative from the church said, it would get them out of the business of maintaining the church, and it would allow the building to remain standing. Or the developers could take the $50 million that they would spend building the luxury apartments and convert the building into mixed-use property with affordable housing, arts performance space, a gym and stores, and keep the existing building. Basically, there are options. We should not let them get away with destroying the building and further exacerbating it. The housing crisis, please, I'm asking you, do not make the same mistake that we did. And thank you. I yield the other 30 seconds.
Thank you, Rudy. Next is David Feinhirsch.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hey, my name is David Feinhirsch. I happen to live down the street on 107 West 86th Street. I'm a developer and an architect myself. If pedigree matters, I have an architecture degree from Yale and a degree in real estate from Columbia. I know all the players on the development team, they're great. I don't really agree with the numbers. I'm sure they're accurate, but I think there's other ways to do this creatively. Specifically, I think you can sell air rights, which I haven't heard come up yet. I'm valuing the air rights to be about between 20 and $40 million. I also believe that there's state and federal historic tax credits, which would pay for about 40% of the renovation cost. And I just don't believe the $50 million renovation cost with basically a 40% contingency. I think you can probably do it for maybe $15 million to renovate the building in a way that could be usable and make a great building somewhere else in Manhattan. You just transfer the air rights. There's other ways to increase the floor area and increase the value of those air rights. So I think that that analysis should be conducted or reassessed by other third parties. That's it.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I got a little pause because, give me a moment. Larry Brownridge. Larry, you're up next.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. I'm an attorney on the Upper West Side. I happen to live here as well, and I'm opposing the application being made. In particular, my concern is, having been a resident here for 20 some odd years, living basically across the street from this church, I've seen no work really been done on the outside of this church at all. It's been left basically to sort of rot away. And as other people have said along the way, we cannot let people who are acting not with clean hands, as we say in the law, but with dirty hands, get the benefit of of this type of massive funding. What I'd like to do instead is to revert back to what was said initially by Landmarks. And Landmarks basically said, when they landmarked this building, that this building was remarkably intact. And as also said before, it is one of the most important buildings on the Upper West Side. There are cases out there right now which talk in terms of what is, when a church has the right to go ahead and do things such as demolish a building. The law is pretty clear right now that the whole concept of going ahead and tearing down a church because you're not earning a reasonable rate of return is totally inapplicable to a charitable organization or religious organization that is not for profit. That concept has been outlined already by the St. Bartholomew's Church case and stands today. So I'm a little confused as to the argument that somehow this the church is entitled to go ahead and utilize this entire to destroy this building and make the profit that they say they need to make. This building needs to stand. The community deserves it, and we should not be victims to what's being proposed.
Thank you, Larry. The next person is Libby Wilcox.
Hi, thank you. It's Libby, L-I-B-B-I-E. I really appreciate what Bob was saying earlier, because that's exactly the work that the Center at West Park has been doing since incorporation. I've lived here for almost 30 years, and what I've watched is absolutely demolition by neglect. The church has only had 10 members since I was about 12 without any perceived effort to expand. I also disagree strongly with the gentleman earlier who said this should be a lesson. He said we could have more affordable housing after we learn this lesson, but it's not a lesson, it's a precedent that would allow more massive developers to come and further take character out of our community and build luxury apartments in what is an already oversaturated market. As Councilwoman Brewer said today, normally these landmark buildings are empty. This building is not empty. It's used 7 days a week by the Center at West Park, an incredibly meaningful organization. Against all odds, I think in about just 5 years, the center has raised $400,000 directly to the building to repairs. They've offered multiple times to buy it, to save the church and open it up to more funding opportunities from the city and the state, and also increase funding opportunities from people who are more inclined to donate to nonprofits and non-religious organizations, especially when they don't stand to be torn down. They should be given the opportunity to buy the building and save it. I just don't understand how in good conscience you could knock down this building that you pledged to protect. It's the heart of the Upper West Side. We're on 86th Street. We're on 86th Street in Amsterdam. And without this church, we're going to look like any other corner. And it honestly, it really breaks my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Libby. We're going to have one more public speaker, and then we're going to move back into our session. Give me 1 second. I apologize. We should have multitasking a little in the middle there. So it's the last one for this first session for the public is Heath Godesman. And Heath, you can speak now.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can.
Hi, thank you. My name is Heath Gottesman, and I'm the president of 145 West 86th Street. Our building is home to 60 families. Our residents range from senior citizens to infants. I'm speaking today on behalf of our building's Board of Trustees and for the residents we represent in support of West Park Presbyterian's hardship application to this commission. 60 open Department of Buildings violations and 5 open Oath ETB violations speak more eloquently to the church's stated disrepair than I possibly could. The building is unsafe and becomes more dangerous with every day that passes. The sidewalk shed, which has been in place for over 2 decades, will offer little protection when part of the exterior eventually gives way. Over a decade ago, supporters of the church's landmark status had promised that significant funds would be raised and the structure would be restored. The past 12 years have exposed those promises as empty. West Park is nearly bankrupt, and the building is in considerably worse shape. The proposed development plan is the only viable way forward. Any claims to the contrary should be met with skepticism. Much has been made in various forums of those who support the landmark designation for self-serving reasons. As neighbors, we prefer to address those who have a sincere desire to protect what they view as a historically significant property. We would suggest to them that it is of greater importance to save the congregation, as they are the true stewards of the church's historic legacy. The congregation's development plan will provide a worship space that will not only allow them to survive, but to grow and prosper. It will provide funds to support their mission to minister to New York's underserved, and the neighborhood will have a modern ADA accessible community and performance space that is safe and up to fire code. The alternative path will lead to the eventual condemnation and collapse of the structure. It is a threat to each of us who pass by that corner on a daily basis. We believe the safety of the neighborhood should be paramount. We support saving a historic congregation. We support a safe and accessible community space. We support West Park's hardship application to demolish and develop. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Heath. Okay, Max, you could take down the clock for a moment. So we are now going to transition back into the member section. I assume what we want to do now is to have members of the committee speak and ask questions. We then will have non-committee speak and ask questions. I think what we've decided is committee members will have extra time. We ask that you be diligent, so we're going to do 4 minutes. Non-committee members would have 2 minutes. And then we'll go back into the public. and then we'll go back into another board members, and for committee members specifically, we'll have a second round, hoping it's around a minute to sum things up and then vote, but we'll be a little flexible because we want to make sure that the committee members get everything they need to decide to vote. Non-committees as well, it's important, but we're accentuating a little bit of the committee members because they're committee members. So Kay and Michele, if you like, I can call on committee members. You tell us if you want Max and the two of us to kind of still go through committee members. We'd be happy to do that if we find that helpful.
Sure. I was going to say, I see Mark has his hand raised, and as minute taker, he may have a procedural question.
Yeah, it's a procedural. I'm not sure what's going on. Let me.
There you go.
Hang on. Okay. Thank you for whoever helped. Just a question about this section of it, and I'm not opposing, I'm actually endorsing this approach. Is this just questions of fact, or are we expressing our views as well? How should we approach this particular part of the meeting?
Mark, you've been on this committee for many years, and they don't always get distinguished one from the other. I think if we do have questions, that would be very helpful, questions of clarification. I would encourage the initial presenters to give very short answers so that we can move through that. As Steve mentioned earlier, yes and no are appropriate answers to short questions. But yes, of course, if people have things that they want to say, thoughts, opinions, things they want to stress, then I think that's okay. Right, Michele?
I agree.
Okay.
And just to elaborate, I would think that again that we will have a final minute or so at the second section, so you could give your opinions. I would certainly think that if you wanted some Q&A to make a decision, it'd be prudent to use this early session to do so, but anybody can use their time as is. So if all of the committee members or any member want to, but I'll do my best to prioritize and remember who the committee members are first, please raise your hand. We are going to stick with the clock because we're getting a lot of positive feedback that it helps people be focused. But
you want me to share my screen again for that?
Yeah, give me a moment. And but the answer is yes, but we'll go through committee members. And we just ask that you be respectful, because I can tell you that we've got another 40 or so public people that want to speak. So it's quite vibrant. So let's go. So let's go to the clock, Max, and let's offer the chair first opportunity and have Michele.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. I want to make sure what I heard from some of the public is right or not. Somebody said this building is on the National Registry of Historic Spaces. Did I get that? Did I mishear that, or was
down
it
the
quoted?
timer at this point?
No, we're not going to take down the timer. We're actually going to keep it up so we can kind of stay focused. And Max, it's got to be about 4 minutes.
Yep. So
sorry, I'm just going to jump in. I can't reset it. This is a 2-minute timer, so I'm just going to redo it when it gets close.
Okay.
No problem.
Is this building on the National Registry of Historic or Register of Historic Spaces? Maybe the applicant can answer that.
Val, can you answer that question?
I'm sorry, I was muted. I believe it is probably listed, but we will confirm that. It may just be eligible for listing. I'm not sure if it's been formally listed.
My understanding that it's not, but
Okay. Question. I don't understand the suggestion that the air rights be sold and there be state and federal tax credits. Can anybody?
You address the air rights?
Sure. The development rights, in theory, could be transferred to an adjacent lot through a zoning lot merger, or it could use the more expanded provisions available under the 7479 special permit to go across the street. However, if you look at all of the eligible sites where you could theoretically transfer development rights, these are all sites that are fully developed with residential tenanted buildings. So there aren't any feasible development sites that we've been able to locate that would be able to utilize the development rights.
And there's no exception for religious institutions to be able to sell their air rights in non-contiguous spaces?
There is in East Midtown, in the East Midtown zoning, individual landmarks, not just religious institutions, can go to a broader area. But that is unique to that special zoning district. It is not citywide and it is not available on the Upper West Side. The federal and state tax credits, they're theoretically not available to a not-for-profit because they're tax credits. There is a way that you can syndicate them. It's fairly complicated. But again, you know, there is not, you have to spend that money in order to get the credits.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's reset that. Madge, you're up next. You've got to unmute yourself, Madge.
I remember when the Collegiate Church sold its air rights, it did not go immediately next door. It went to somewhere in the district. I could be wrong on this, but I'm surprised that it's not doable with this property.
Well, I could answer that, is that, you know, we are developing the site where Collegiate School used to be, and we are using the air rights from Collegiate Church, and we're right next door. So they were actually sold to us as part of the transaction with Collegiate Church. When we bought the Collegiate School site from Collegiate Church, we also took the air rights above the church, and we are adjacent to the church. They're on 77th and West End, and our project literally abuts them. We're on 78th and West End.
And you were able to do that because the two properties are contiguous.
They were contiguous, exactly correct. Our building, we built 3 new buildings on, actually 1 new building with the 3 buildings from Collegiate used to be, and we connected it to a landmark building on West End and 77th Street, which is contiguous to the church.
And the last question is affordable housing. Is there no way to get affordable housing into this luxury building?
The site is just too small. It is not a larger, look, we are currently building a building that's on 8th Avenue and 23rd Street, which we are doing 25% affordable. And, you know, we are not against doing affordable, but that building is 3 times the size. The economics don't work out for a building this small. It really is tiny relative to, and plus there's no more 421A available anyway. The 421A law has sunset. So there's no concept that you could really build 25% affordable, 75% fair market, because the 421A law, unless you get your foundation in the ground by June 15, 2022, which obviously is impossible, it would not be applicable. But even if it weren't applicable, the building is just way too small. We have done the analysis, and you create 6 units or 7. I mean, it just would not work. It's way too tiny.
I might add to that we took this into consideration when we did our planning, and most of the proceeds from the sale of this building will go to the Presbytery of New York City in a dedicated fund that will be used for community outreach by congregations across the city. 60% of the Presbytery churches are in neighborhoods of color. So while there might not be an affordable housing benefit on this site, there will be orders of magnitude more benefit that inures to New Yorkers across the city from this endowment that will be set up from the proceeds of the sale of this building.
Thank you.
Thank you. Peter, you're next.
Okay, I have some questions and some suggestions, but we're all familiar on our committee and on our community board with what the Presbyterian Church did at 96th Street. With the same architects, by the way, with FX Fowl. When that first came to us, they were going to make major changes for the new Children's Museum. It ended up that we met with FX Fowl several times, and they actually changed quite a bit and saved a lot more of the church. And in this case, we have a situation where there is a church at the corner of 86th and Amsterdam, and then there are two buildings adjacent that belong to the church. And it seems to me that there should be a study made of demolishing those buildings that belong as part of the church to try to try to save the church itself and the large space. And this could be done by building something and then cantilevering over the church, much like has been done on Broadway and 93rd Street, I believe, that all of us have seen over the club, the health club there on the west side of Broadway. That building is almost finished, and there's a giant cantilever. It's not the greatest thing, but it's certainly a kind of compromise that it seems to me that we could see here. And FX Fowl is a very creative architect, and they should be able to recommend and plan something like this. Thank you.
Kaplan, could you respond, please?
Yes. Hi, Peter. Nice to see you. So just there are two points. First, yes, indeed, we are also the architects of the Children's Museum, but I think it's very instructive to understand the difference between these two churches as buildings and what they were constructed as. That church is made out of 18 inches or 16 inches of granite on top of 18 inches to 24 inches of brick, and the budget for the restoration of that granite as a proportion of this project is de minimis. It's like 1/20th to 1/10 because it is in such good shape. That material was built to last. The red sandstone here, whatever the reasons for the selection at the 140 years ago, was just not built to last, and that is unfortunately the truth and the condition that we find ourselves in. The second point, and it's a good one in terms of like, have we looked at other schemes where and I think what you're referring to is demolition of the parish house and then cantilevering over the church itself. We did analyze that, and that basically, the parish house itself is about 35 feet wide, and the cantilevering over it, maybe you can get another, with a heroic cantilever could get, maybe another 25 or so feet over it and step it out and corbel it out as it goes over, so it's not completely awkward, and it yielded very little real usable floor area, and it was just not viable.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Thank you. Jay Adolf. Jay, you
Thank you.
here?
Yeah, I actually, Stephen, I wonder if I could save some of my time for the comments because I just have like one or two very quick questions.
Sure. We'll give you a little extra if you keep this short.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Number one, I wanted to know if the proposed contract of sale, which is contingent on demolition, and if I'm correct, showed some community space in the proposed new building. If part of the contract could include space for the church, and/or for the Center for the Arts that's currently the tenant?
The purchase and sale agreement between the church and Alchemy has a comprehensive 70-page section that talks specifically about the development of the 10,000 square feet of community space. Even if for some reason the church were not able to use that space, for example, if the church simply wasn't able to survive, that space can only be used as community space. And so there's a virtual assurance that even if West Park isn't there, this will still be a community and arts space for the neighborhood. There is extreme number of provisions in place to ensure that that space is developed as it was laid out. I would say, however, at this point, we have not selected an architect. We have not done the design. That design would come only after extensive input from the community and potential arts users. And so what you saw in our presentation really was aspirational in terms of the type of space that you could fit into that location. But the important thing is that we did do a detailed analysis to ensure that there would be enough double height ceiling and enough column-free space that it could support a 150-seat theater, auditorium, or worship space.
Yeah, another quick question is, did the Presbytery ever consider, and I think it was Sean that raised it from Landmark West that raised this, whether they ever considered simply a sale as is? And did they have any possibility of doing that?
We have considered the as-is sale. That would be, in fact, the outcome if we were not successful in getting a hardship, simply because the church is not in a position to maintain the building at this stage because it's so completely out of money. And the downside to that, however, is that given the condition issues of the space and the potential redevelopment or use of that space, it is unclear whether or not there would be a market for it, given that the cost of restoring that space would very likely exceed the fair market value of the space after it was built. That's essentially the conclusion from the analysis that we have done, that it likely means that that there is very little opportunity for the church to realize any significant funds from the sale, but it also means that we lose any possibility of having a place for continued worship, and would almost certainly result in the demise of the congregation after its 160 years on the Upper West Side.
Okay, I'll save any time I have for the comments at the end. Thanks.
I think you got like an extra minute plus. Klari.
I don't have any questions. I want to save all of my time once I've heard everybody speak tonight. I want to participate in the debate with all of my time as we deliberate later. Thank you.
Okay, so you're talking about when it's time to vote, you're asking for a little extra time, is what you're saying.
Well, I've not used any of my time. Yes, I want to use it then.
Whatever the semantics are, I just want to make clear that I understand what you are saying, and that is you don't want to speak now and you want to speak a little later.
That's correct, Stephen. I don't have questions now.
Great. Let's go to non-committee members, and that would be, I have two hands up. We have Rich Robbins to go first. We're going to ask that non-committee members use 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I mostly want to have comments, which I'll save. I just have one question, which is, and I'm not sure if it was disclosed or it can be disclosed, but there are some impressive architects and consultants and lawyers. Have they said who they're working for and who's paying them?
Are you asking about who is paying the team that has done the analysis for this church?
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on for a second. Is this beyond our purview? Mark, Jay, Stephen?
I would just let him.
It's a fair question.
His staff there. I think it's a fair question.
Okay,
I think that the team that's presenting the application is doing so on behalf of the church. the presbytery. And if the question is what their source of funding is, I don't think that's appropriate.
The answer is that all the costs of doing this preparation and presentation for the hardship application is being paid by the church, ultimately from the proceeds of the sale.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to Richard Ash. Richard, you got to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, I'm going to make my comments now and not save any time for later. I accept that this is a wonderful landmark. I've been walking past it for 78 years, and I get tremendous pleasure looking at it, as do I'm sure everybody in the neighborhood. However, it is an obligation that the church did not take on when they bought the property. It was imposed on them when it was landmarked. It is, I think, unfair to ask a church to spend $50 million for the sake of preserving a building that that benefits the community. And I fault the city for not offering to chip in and find a way to preserve this building. So, all things being equal, I would support this application. However, there are certain things that I think need to be considered. Number one, I am not convinced that the financial hardship picture of $50 million is accurate. It may well be the cost of a Cadillac as opposed to I don't know, a Kia. And I'm not sure that I can tell from the financials that were presented how much of the $50 million is essential to preserve the building and to comply with code, and how much is extra. And I think that before there's any vote on this, that should be clarified. Number two, as to air rights, people have mentioned air rights. Right now, the church has no air rights that it can profitably distribute. I think very serious consideration should be made to the city allowing the transfer of air rights within the district as occurs on the east side. It would preserve the building, and it would be a way of doing so without the city having to contribute any money.
Thank you, Richard. You're at the end of the 2 minutes. If there was a brief statement you wanted to add, please do. But
and most important, I would be adamantly opposed to the church receiving any funds on the sale of this property. Those funds, if they exist, should go to a fund to preserve properties elsewhere on the Upper West Side, but not to the church.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Richard. Thank you. Sorry, I got my phone in the background. Roberta, you're up. See, Richard, even the phone's winging me here. So, Roberta, you're up.
Thank you so much. So I'm against this. This is a landmark church. It should stay landmarked. It is an amazing church. I was there this morning, and it does not need the kind of money that they're saying that it needs. It is a community center. It was God's Lovely Deliver started there. The Shakespeare in the Park started there. When I lived in Westchester, I was part of a Presbyterian church that cared so much about the community. We have got to save this church. We've got to do everything in our power, whatever we do. It's just breathtaking how beautiful it is. And somebody today at the press conference that Gail Brewer did said, this is our community. we have all got to be Presbyterians, and whatever religion, whatever denomination, whatever not we are, and we've got to take care of this church. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Roberta. So we've got a few more non-committee. I want to acknowledge that Gail is here as well, and I know her time is limited, so we're going to go through a couple more non-committee members. If we have to, we may cut out. We tried to work timing-wise. I don't think we're going to be going through twice, so if people have their hands up, there will be a session at the end, but we're trying to get through everyone at least once, and then get back to the 56 or so community members. So let's go to if we continue. So how about this? Why don't we take a brief break here? I know, Gail, we've been trying to work with you and you've got a tough
I'm fine.
schedule.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay, Steve. I can keep going. I did my schedule, so I'm
Okay,
fine.
we're going to get through the other committee members. And
That's fine
we'll
with me.
just
Fine
get
with me.
to that. Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to a committee member who is, so we're going to do this for 4 minutes max, and it's Mark who's doing the notes. So it's maybe he gets a little 30 seconds extra. So because he's doing
good.
a tough job, but let's have Mark speak now.
Yeah, we're on page 16.
Exactly.
Okay. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. I don't, let me cut right to the chase here. And I want to say something right up front, which is, I don't mean to diminish whatever I'm going to hear in the second session of public comment. So before I vote, I will absolutely consider anything that's said after this. My view on this application is that how one views it has a lot to do with where in the timeline one starts paying attention to it. I was a person who testified and was involved in the designation of this church back in 2009, 2010. I'm thinking of our late colleague, Tom Vitula Martin, who was so passionate about this and brought it to my attention. It is absolutely the case that the arguments being made for demolition today are the arguments that were made against designation in 2009, 2010. My colleagues on the board will know that I have an aversion to re-litigating issues that have already been settled. I've heard nothing new other than there are now numbers around exactly what Pastor Brashears and others said would happen back in 2009, 2010. It is exactly the same arguments that were presented then. They're just a little more intelligently presented today. And I can't, I take at face value the efforts of everyone involved, and I do not mean to diminish or to insult anyone, but it does seem like a self-fulfilling prophecy back from 2009. And so I cannot reward that appearance by this extraordinary result. And those who've talked about this being a precedent are exactly correct. I used to be a member of a church that faced a very similar kind of problem. I do think that the long-term solution for our land use committee and others is the elimination of the contiguity requirement for TDRs. I think that's absolutely what should happen. I'm looking at Karpen when I say that. And I think that's where our future lies. But from a visceral standpoint, in terms of how this argument is being presented, it is simply wrong, in my view, to relitigate something that's already been adequately litigated all the way to the city council in 2010, and to change a decision without there being a change in facts or circumstances. In my final moments, I'm going to pick up on the point that I understood Richard Ashe to have advanced, but he was running out of time. And I'm very interested in hearing more about the idea that if there is demolition by neglect or its equivalent, that sounds pejorative, so I'm going to look for a better term for that. But if there is a situation like this, where the building has been allowed to decay and there is a funding profit from its sale in this kind of a luxury building context, then the proceeds, net of fees and so forth, absolutely should go toward preserving the hundreds of other church, synagogue, mosque, and religious institution buildings around our city that face exactly this prospect. And while I love the center school, I completely agree with the commentator that this is not a lesson, but a roadmap for that for future demolition. Thank you very much for giving me this time.
Thank you, Mark. We're going to go back to board members that are non-committee members. So we'll go back to the 2-minute time limit, and we can have Ken speak.
Thank you. I just have a few questions. If the $18 million facade repairs were done, how long do you think they would last before there would have to be significant repairs made again?
Dan, could you respond to that, please?
I think actually I'm going to pass this to Rick Lefevre. I think the expert, if Rick is on.
Yeah, I am here.
Yes.
In my professional opinion.
Please introduce yourself.
I'm sorry, Rick Lefevre. I'm the president of Facade MD, Architecture and Engineering, and a professional engineer. My professional opinion on the expectation of repair life, even if it were replacement in kind with new sandstone, would be in the neighborhood of probably 20 years, because the extent of atmospheric degradation in this particular environment here is so egregious that the one way of looking at this is 20 years ago, there were a lot of damaged areas. Now there's considerably more. So that's my best estimate.
Okay. One of the speakers suggested that remediation doesn't have to be done all at once. Do you agree with that?
I do not. The building is currently very unsafe. And I'm saying this from the perspective of someone who has actually been up close to it, which frankly, in 35 years of doing work, this is one of the worst that I've ever seen. And from the street, it presents itself differently from the street, even with magnification, than it does from close range from a boom lift. Meaning it looks way worse up close.
Okay, and Stephen, I just have one more question, if I could be allowed to ask.
Right. Go ahead, right to it.
Okay. What guarantees do we have that the community space will be affordable in perpetuity?
We have not really begun the planning around that. It's unclear how that space would price out. We have not entered into any discussions with any community groups or any arts groups at this stage. We in fact have tried to reach out to the center at West Park to talk to them about a possible role in this new center space, and so far they've not indicated an interest in talking to us.
Whoever just gave that answer identified themselves. I'm sorry, I couldn't see it.
I'm sorry, that was from Roger Leaf, speaking for the church.
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks so much.
We've got a few more that haven't spoken yet. Let's go to Ira Michnik.
I'm an architect. In 2008, I had approximately 15 sites, 2,500 units of housing, all ready to go, all these sites, affordable market, whatever. As we know, that didn't happen, and a few of them are still being built out. I would not be surprised that if you got this building down, we would have an empty site for many, many years. There are a lot of questions out there that are going through the legislature right now. As you said, there's no 421A, there's no 421A replacement under discussion right now. So I've heard from a lot of my clients historically that they can't build anything in New York without 421A. And then, so you're unique. So I'm not so sure there. There's also a discussion about fair cause eviction. If fair cause eviction were to be enacted, could you build this building? And then lastly, there's a lawsuit that was reactivated in the last several weeks, which would give the net result of moving real estate taxes from the outer boroughs onto luxury buildings, which would also adversely affect this project. And then if you did take the 421A or equivalent, there well may be affordable housing requirements put on, which you're not interested in. And there may be wage rate issues because we're below 96th Street. So I'm a little concerned that there's a fair chance this project might not go, but you'll have a site that people will flip back and forth. And, you know, Gary Barminette might even own it for a couple of minutes there. So that's my comment. How do we know this project is actually going to happen and without abatements?
Well, I guess I can answer that. It's Ken.
You're the guy.
Thank you. You know, we have done extensive analysis on this building. We have done extensive analysis on the site. We have built 2 buildings in the area, 378 West End. We also did 250 West 81st Street. We are currently bidding out 3 other sites. We're building 258 8th Avenue as well. We have pro forma this deal based on no tax benefits at all, 0. We looked at it as a small condominium building. We're not expecting any tax benefits. We have a very good idea what the hard costs are going to be and what the soft costs are going to be based on having built 35 buildings in the last 30 years, but more importantly, currently bidding out buildings now. In addition, I will tell you that from an equity point of view, we have equity partners lined up for the deal already. And secondly, from a debt point of view, the debt providers who have worked with us over the last 35 years, we've already discussed the deal with them. They are eager to get involved. So, you know, we will build the building. In our 30 years of being in business, we have built every single site that we have taken down, regardless of the economic climate, be it 2009, 2010, when no one else was building in New York. We built 3 buildings, one on 8th Avenue, one on 10th Avenue. We built Xavier High School. I'm sure you know, on 15th between 5th and 6th, 2010, during the height of recession. We bought that. We were able to build it. So, you know, it's just the reputation of our firm and our ability to put together the transaction. We will build this building without any need for any tax benefits or any public assistance of any type.
If I could add one final point to that. The agreement.
I'm sorry. I thought that was another question. Sure, Mr. Lake, go ahead.
I'm sorry. The agreement we have with Alchemy also says that even if there is a delay in building the residential tower, that they will move immediately to build a community center. So the community center space will come online even ahead of the residential building if there's any delay in the residential building. That was a very complicated aspect of the negotiations. We spent a lot of time on that, but it ensures that the community center will be up and running as soon as possible if this deal goes forward.
And I should add one last thing. We had the identical scenario with Xavier High School on 15th Street, where we built a new school for them and a residential building on top. And we are currently building a new church for Calvary Baptist Church on 57th Street. And those provisions that Roger just stated were set forth in those agreements also with Calvary Baptist Church and with Xavier High School, that if we were unable to perform in terms of building the residential towers on top of them, that we were still obligated to deliver the school or the churches for both those groups as well.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Robert, you're up.
Well, yeah, I mentioned Barcelona because that's the only city in Europe that I know. And as you know, the entire team would know that you trip and you're in an 800-year-old church or cathedral. And they spend half of the time, not just Barcelona, throughout Spain, and I'm sure it's the same in France and Italy and other parts of Europe, restoring these churches. Now, the argument, the position on the age of this red sandstone, that it wasn't, its use wasn't meant to last, is compelling. But I wonder whether the new science in masonry has been exhausted satisfactorily enough to apply new methods to restoring, to preserving these old buildings. I don't want to get into the affordable housing because we're all there. We're all against. We don't need more luxury, high-end housing. We all want affordable housing. But what I would want to see is the entire church intact, preserved, and proper, all of that money being invested into preserving this church and finding the science to work with this old stone instead of just bringing it down. all of the housing that we had when we had the basement include community space and affordable housing, a few affordable units. There's one that's going up on kind of laughable, but sad in the same way, that's going up at Broadway and 96th Street, where there's one affordable unit. I forget how many units in the tower. There's one affordable unit. So we've got back and forth with this sort of thing. So I think, certainly my position and others as well, is that we're clear that we don't need more high-priced housing. But I'm interested in the preservation of the entire building. And I understand the statement that the gentleman made that it wasn't built to last. It's kind of an ironical statement, that the community, a religious group would build a church of that quality, of that magnitude, of that beauty, without intending it to last. I'd like to see more work done on the preservation.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you very much. Doug.
Hi, thank you. So I am here in a fact gathering mode. I went to the church today and I took an extraordinary tour and climbed up into the rafters, literally. And while I'm not an architect or an engineer, I wanted to see exactly what was or was not in disrepair. While the developer here and the applicants are not on trial, and I have nothing against profit, I work in real estate, but this is very important to me. And I think that the sincerity and honesty of the applicants is very important. A statement was made tonight, which I have a hard time believing, quite frankly, that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that when the applicant, I should say the purchaser, entered into a contingent contract, they did so with the understanding that this was not going to be a tear down, that they were going to repurpose the building. That was the first intentions, and possibly cantilever or anything they can do, and found later that they had to demolish it. That doesn't sit with me. I had a question which was already answered, was this going to be a rental property or condo? Which the answer I hear is a condo, which basically means that the developer will purchase and sell out and leave. This is not a long-term hold. So the question that I have for you, was the intention going into this contract that you were going to keep it and not demolish it? And how would you do because you're such an incredibly intelligent group here, how could you go into a contract with significant amount of money? I don't know if it's fair to ask you what you paid or would pay. I know you paid $158 million for Collegiate, but I just, the sincerity here is important. I've not made my decision, but when I vote, I want to vote in good conscience and I want to get all the facts. Thank you.
Doug, I could answer that question, because if you look at the date of the contract is March 2022. We became involved in this project almost a year before that. So we did all that work, bringing in all the Severud and Facade MD. We did all that work prior to us even entering into a contract with the church. The reason we entered into the contract as late as we did in March is because we exhausted all the potentials of designing and building the property based on the reports that we got back over the 9 months. We did not do any work at all, taking into account this building was coming down, until after the reports came back to us. All the analysis we did with FX Collaborative was all done over that 9-month period when we thought we could keep the existing building. So, we are in what? We're in May. We actually signed the contract, Roger, what, 8 weeks ago, 9 weeks ago? But we've been involved in the project for over a year. So the work we did up front, had nothing to do with the hardship application, because no one anticipated that was going to happen. As I've said before, as a developer, we've done 9 landmark buildings. I didn't even know there was a hardship, application or even a hardship statute. We were always operating under the assumption, and Dan could say the same, that what we had, we were going to rehab, we were going to restore and develop around it, within it, on top of it, through it. We've looked at every conceivable way. So the execution of the contract with the hardship as a qualification only took place after we exhausted the research, the renderings, the execution, and trying to figure out if we could build it within the confines of its existing structure and condition.
Thank you, Mr. Horn.
Appreciate your answer.
So we're going to move back into the public session, and we're going to start.
Stephen, I've had my hand raised. I haven't spoken yet.
You did speak, Rich. You
I
spoke
asked one question and I said I was not speaking because I thought it was just questions, and I've not spoken.
You have spoken, Rich, and we're going to move on to the public session, and there will be a second session, but I think you have spoken. You asked a question, and like everyone else did.
It was 5 seconds.
You spoke for 5 seconds then, which I think it was more, and now we've wasted a little more time. But we're going to have our council person. Thank you for being very patient, but Councilperson Brewer, thank you for joining us, and thank you for being patient and working through all of us.
Thank you very much, Steve. And I appreciate the back and forth. So I think you know that my position is very clear that the hardship application should not be granted and the building should be saved. Now, I think there are plenty of people who have spoken and who will speak who talk about the importance of it as a landmark, and who have feel very strongly that during this time period, the center has done a great job in terms of raising money for their productions. You know, nobody mentions that the sanctuary has perfect pitch, and, you know, tearing that down wouldn't give you the same kind of opportunity for the cultural activities that are so well positioned. I also want to say, you know, having been in and out of the church when Reverend Brashear, for whom I have great respect, was there, there's not much of a congregation. I'm not suggesting and even thinking that any congregation should come back. This should be, as is, a church of this beauty with a ownership of a nonprofit, whether it be the center or somebody else. Let me just talk about the money, because that's what people are concerned about. And the Community Board 7 should understand this. I think it is hard that during this time period, because I was the one that worked really, really hard to landmark this church in 2010. And during this intervening years, I have to say, to the credit of the community, there has been a great use of this church. There's a lot of debate as to how much it would cost to renovate it back to its usable condition. I have to say this $50 million is way too high, and you're going to hear that from others who are more experienced than I am. What I want, and the center offered the presbytery, it's not the group of individuals, even though they may be in front, it's really the presbytery. You know, just let's be clear here. The issue is the center offered $2 million. Maybe that's not enough, but it wasn't even considered by the presbytery. That's what the presbytery should do, because once a nonprofit owns it, I can allocate city money. I cannot allocate money to a church. That's wrong. People in the area and foundations would easily allocate funding. I went around and talked to foundations. I talked to some of the co-ops in the area. They are not going to allocate money to the church. They will allocate money to a nonprofit that has a cultural bend for the future of that church. So stop thinking. I want people to be clear that this isn't salvageable, that as is. The hardship application should not be granted if, in fact, the presbytery would sell it to the nonprofit. It could be this one or another one. Then we would end up with millions of dollars available for the building to be renovated. It is very, very easy to raise that kind of money. It is not easy to raise that money when it is a church. So let's be clear, unique buildings like this cannot be replaced. It is a beacon of hope for the entire West Side. The idea that somebody would tear this down and build condos, it's beyond reprehensible. And I will do, as you know, everything I can to preserve this building. There is no reason why we cannot do the right thing, which is to have the presbytery sell it to the community, a legitimate, responsible nonprofit. There is no need at this moment to have a service in that area. It could obviously be part of any nonprofit. I'm sure they'd be welcoming if there are parishioners who wanted to be there, but it is not the first use that people are interested in. So I thank you. Obviously, I feel very strongly about this. You've got a fight in your hands when you're talking to me. And I really look forward to Board 7 doing the right thing, which is a hardship application should not be granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilperson Brewer. The next community member is Aubrey Kleinditz.
Stephen.
Aubrey, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Great. Kate,
Yeah.
did you say something?
Yeah, Stephen, I was just asking, and of course, Aubrey should go, but the center at West Park, the arts program has been referenced a number of times. I would really appreciate hearing from some of those folks as we go into this public session. So,
Hey, I'm an artist from the center at West Park. How
well, there
doing?
you go. Thank you.
Kay, that we've got about 50 to 60 people to go. I got a feeling that someone's going to do, and when we get to the next questions, maybe you have a couple questions you haven't spoke, so you could speak. But if that's it, I'm sure that there'll be some artists speaking.
I hope so.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'm one of those queer artists that Zach Tomlinson referenced in his speech that he gave earlier. Love Zach, the artistic director of the center at West Park. He's why I'm here tonight, because man, am I upset. I've sat through this whole meeting with a raging migraine, and just as an artist, as a confirmed Presbyterian, and as someone with sustainability in mind, all I can say is how boring, how unimaginative. And I'm sorry, I know we're supposed to be respectful, and but it's just the trading what the center has for that proposed community artistic space is just wow. Like, here, instead of filet mignon, have the bean water from a can of beans. Just yikes. Yes, it was so hard not to cheer while Councilperson Brewer was speaking. It's such an amazing space. And having done all of my training in Europe, yes, we can save this building. And yes, it should go to a nonprofit. Artists are scrappy. We know how to save things. I am the child of realtors. I am a confirmed Presbyterian, and I can say, above all, I trust artists. We know how to get it done. We will get it done. We are dedicated beyond anyone else to use this place and to save this place. And I think that this should just completely be rejected outright. We don't need what is on offer here. What we need is this church to be saved and to be used.
Thank you, Aubrey. Thank you, Aubrey. Johanna Skilling. Joanna, are you there? I know that we had a long break for public speak for the board members. I'll give
Here I am. Nope, I'm
Sure.
here. Thank you. I'll keep it brief because many people have said what I feel, including Aubrey, who just spoke, and certainly Gail Brewer. I've lived in the neighborhood for 30 years. Back in the 2000s, when the church building first identified an issue, the church it was really apparent then that not the congregations worked very hard, but the presbytery has not shown the slightest bit of interest. And I totally support those who want to save the church. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Hold on. Ken, I think you got to mute yourself. I think we can hear you, just so you know. Sorry about that, but could hear you. Great. So let's move to Ted Berger.
Hello. Thank you. I'm Ted Berger, a center board member. I'm the ED emeritus of the New York Foundation for the Arts, where I was there for 35 years. I've also been involved in the revitalization of B'nai Jeshurun nearby. Some time ago, a friend once involved with West Park explained its challenges. Deferred maintenance and needed restoration made the building then unusable and abandoned. It was without heat, no plumbing worked, nothing happened there. The congregation worshiped elsewhere, overwhelmed by its pressures, its relations with neighbors bruised from landmarking battles. No presbytery support was forthcoming. West Park's future hopes eroded. It couldn't reimagine new possibilities. The arts bring possibilities and light despite darkness, reigniting creativity in organizations, neighborhoods, and ourselves. West Park's unique spaces suggested endless possibilities. We launched a holiday crafts fair with New York Creates, with rented porta potties and heat blowers. For the first time in years, the building reopened. For many, it was their first time inside. This advanced the center's incorporation into a separate not-for-profit and builds on similar models like Judson Church and Eldred Street Synagogue. Recent center efforts with the Presbytery to creatively transition a mutually benefit long-term plan indicate Presbytery priority is money via demolition, intentionally inflating repair and restoration estimates while stoking community safety fears. Certainly safety is our concern. Significant funds can be raised, but major donors are telling us we must have long-term site control. The center is an intergenerational hub of activity and life.
Ted, thank you.
For the
Wrap it up,
center,
please,
the
Ted.
building could still be in darkness.
Thank you, Ted. The next speaker is Douglas Hanu.
Hello. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
we can hear you, Douglas.
Yeah, hi, my name is Douglas Hanno. I am a lifelong New Yorker. Lived here my whole life, raising a family in New York. Since 1980, the city of New York has focused resources on making sure building facades and buildings are safe. And when they're not safe, compelling owners and creating a bureaucracy to make sure they're safe. We have a very unsafe building. It is an unsafe, unused building that is sitting there. It may look nice, but the reality is it's going to cost $50 million to repair, $50 million that the church doesn't have, $50 million that an arts community doesn't have. And in the time it takes to raise and do that, the building gets more dangerous and can harm people. We need to build housing all over the city, everywhere. Even there, please support the emergency condemnation of this building and build some housing, and let's get the space active. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me a moment, I'm sorry. Next is Mitchell Shamroth. Mitchell? Mitchell, are you there? Hold on, maybe I made a mistake. Mitchell, you can speak now.
Hello?
Yes, that was my mistake. You're
Yeah.
up. I can hear you now.
Yes, so I just want to say one quick thing is that everyone presenting is making, everyone who made the presentation is making a boatload of money off of this project. The rest of my time, I'd like to yield to Michael Hiller.
Mitchell, I'm sorry, but the way that it's set up, I really can't yield. It's difficult
Okay,
for me to go around. I don't want to, in person, we do it, but it's tough because I have to work through a spreadsheet, so.
Okay, then
I'm
I'd
not
like
gonna be
to,
yielding.
then I'd like to continue if I may.
Go ahead. You may.
So Mr. Karpen originally said that, why is it, he said that this is very tricky. And my comment is, why is it tricky? The only issue here is money. It's a complete money grab by the Presbytery and by Alchemy to build the housing. And the fact is that the building does need repair and needs love, and both of which the Presbytery hasn't put any money into in over 30 years. The congregation did put some money in, but other than that, the Presbytery has left it alone. And the only people who have cared for it is the center over the last 10 years. And the fact is, it's about money. So if the Presbytery doesn't want to take care, and it's about the building, that's the whole point. It's about the building. So if the building is there and the Presbytery doesn't want to put the money into it, let them sell it to the center or somewhere else. And as Gail Brewer said, money will flow in, but you can't get people to give substantial money when you don't own a thing. And the Presbytery has kept ownership.
Thank you, Mitchell. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
The next speaker is Michael Hiller.
Before I begin, may I just ask, I was informed before tonight that I would be afforded the opportunity to take 2 people's time for yielding so that I'd be able to.
I'm sorry. I haven't spoken to anybody about that. And I just logistically, it's very difficult for me to do. So I'm going to ask you to speak for 2 minutes. And I have not, me and you never communicated, and Max and I are running the meeting. But it's very difficult to communicate that.
My name is Michael Hiller of Hiller PC. We are a law firm that specializes in preservation law. We represent Center at West Park and the community residents. It would be very difficult for me to respond to everything I've heard tonight in just 2 minutes, but I will get straight to the point. You have heard tonight that the owner of the church says the property is too damaged and would cost too much to repair, and the developer contends that structural and cosmetic repairs would cost upwards of $50 million. But the developer has far too much of an economic incentive to inflate the numbers for this body to take the developer's unsworn representations at face value. Also, I have reviewed the developer's presentation. Where are the estimates from the subcontractors they have consulted? Where are the source documents? Where is the scoping? Are we getting a Cadillac or are we getting pricing for a Honda Civic? I heard that question asked. You are confronted tonight with a series of numbers on a page. That's all you have. And while Valerie and I don't agree on very much, we do agree on one thing. The standard for granting a hardship application is, quote, an extraordinarily rigorous one. Only 13 have been granted in the near 60 years that the landmarks law has been in place. And by the way, the unsubstantiated numbers about repairs are also the numbers that are being used for the reasonable rate of return. And quite frankly, you just don't have the information. Regarding air rights, I urge you to read the decision or report from the City Planning Commission, March 10th, 2010, in which the City Planning Commission outlines the buildings that are eligible for the transfer of air rights. Today, you heard that the buildings aren't eligible. I'm not sure why that's the case, because the City Planning Commission has clearly said otherwise. The building could also be transferred to a secular nonprofit, and then the city could allocate funds to assist with the restoration of this building. This is a one-of-a-kind landmark. It is, as the City Landmarks Preservation determined just 12 years ago, one of the most important buildings on the Upper West Side. It is up to this body to make the right call and to make sure that you defer your determination. I'm almost done. Defer your determination until you can get the actual numbers that are behind the numbers that you're getting today, because I promise you, the numbers you're getting are not reliable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I did get a note, and I think there might have been an error. I want to make a big pause. Shelley mentioned that he might have had his hand up. He never had a chance to speak. Shelley, if you're still here, I want to grant you that time, and apologies. I did not see your digital hand up. Are you still here? Well, that's unfortunate. I did see an email come in a few minutes ago. Hopefully he'll be afforded the time at the full board. My apologies. The next person will be an opportunity is Patricia Woodbridge. I'll double check. I think I made Patricia available, but I think as I was saying, this is a tough one to work through a list. And give me a second.
Hello?
Ah, good. Patricia, you're up.
Hello, I'm Patricia Woodbridge.
Yep, your turn is up.
Hello?
Patricia, this is your opportunity to speak.
What?
Patricia, I'm not sure what else to do, but other to say one
I'm
more
a
time.
resident of the Upper West Side. I've been here for 50 years. Recently, I've seen enormous building going up on Broadway, huge, expensive apartments. This plan is for another huge, expensive apartment. The low buildings, the beautiful churches, the 2 stories, they're all being eliminated. And I have a question for you. When you delegitimize the landmark status, when a big real estate company tears down something, do they give money to the Landmark Commission to help other buildings that need repair? Because if you set a precedent with this building, every other old, architecturally low, beautiful building on the Upper West Side is going to be removed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next person is.
Actually, Steve, I think I see Val from Kramer 11. I think she wanted to clarify one quick point. Actually, it seems to be a common question throughout.
Okay.
Right. I just wanted to make it clear to the committee that we, in addition to the visual presentation, we submitted to the community board and to various preservation groups a full copy of the application, which includes a detailed statement and all of the engineering reports that have been referenced tonight, as well as the financial analysis. The community board has that information. We've made it available to various groups. And so we would really ask, as I mentioned in my first statement, that people look at that information.
Thank you.
We do have your permission to send that out to others, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank
It's
you.
public information and we welcome people's review of it.
Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Susan E. Sullivan.
Hi, Susan, can you hear me? Yes.
I can.
Hi. Okay, excellent. We can start the clock. This is a perilous time for New York City landmarks. The trend towards scrapping historic buildings in favor of high-rise and super talls marks a great loss to the culture and fabric of our Upper West Side. I haven't heard the expression tonight yet, so I'll state it. This is David versus Goliath, with the presbytery poised to make a $30 million windfall by raising a landmark building that embodies the legacy of the Upper West Side's social activism and commitment to our community. Clear and simple, it's a money grab. What about the appreciation for the legacy of West Park, the social activism that is the bones of this building? From Father Berrigan taking refuge in the anti-Vietnam rallies to God's love we deliver, to our center, which focuses on BIPOC, inclusive and diverse programming for our entire community. Let's get back to the money. That's where it is. The presbytery has knowingly and with intent failed to maintain a building that they had an obligation to do as the owner of a landmark. You've all listened to the presbytery's engineer and architect. Our engineer's documents prove that the buildings can be brought up to the code for less than $10 million for exterior improvement and $450 for interior. On that point, we offered to purchase West Park and make those improvements. We can certainly raise the money, especially when we have an equity interest in the building or a long-term lease. That gives the community confidence that the presbytery won't pull the rug out from beneath us as they're doing right now. We've proven that we're a value added to the community. We're self-sufficient. We maintain the building to a degree the presbytery has never done. The presbytery just wants to cash out. To replace this landmark with a market rate high-rise is a disservice to our community. In this saturated luxury apartment market, it's ludicrous. We will take this fight to the LPC. We'll demonstrate that the West Park is a value to save.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Veronica Aday.
Yes. Hi, my name is Veronica Aday. I am here on behalf of Church Lighthouse Chapel International. We currently fellowship at the sanctuary in the chapel at West Park. We've called the sanctuary at West Park our home since August 28, 2018. Our Church Lighthouse Chapel International is actually founded in Ghana, West Africa. We came into New York in 1994. We were in West 43rd Street up until 2013 when we had to move because the Archdiocese of New York had to close one of the schools down. The center at West Park has helped us a lot. We are renters there. They've helped service our needs. Our congregation actually, they travel from far and wide, from Philadelphia, from Brooklyn, New York. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, from New Jersey, South Jersey, North Jersey, where else do they come from? Connecticut, but they all converge on 86th Street for church service on Sundays. And it's served our needs for almost 6 years. And we're very sad that the presbytery has to pull the building down. We do understand the cost of maintenance, but if there's ever a way of saving West Park Presbytery, well, the sanctuary at West Park, we would gladly join the center at West Park to save it. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you,
Stephen,
Veronica.
I'm sorry, could I interrupt for the minutes? Ms. Ade, could you give me again the name of the organization or church that you were referencing? I got Lighthouse, but I didn't get the whole thing. Thank you.
Lighthouse Chapel International.
Thank you. So the next speaker is a board member. I did not get a chance to doing our best to digitally manage this, but Natasha, I know that because you're on the phone, you're in the attendees, but you did want to speak. Natasha is a non-committee board member. Please speak, Natasha.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
So I'm almost intimidated to speak because the wind seems to be blowing in the exact opposite direction in this call. I'm actually fully in support of this application. I lived around the corner for several years and pass by the church almost every day, even now. The church is a beautiful building, without a doubt, and the center's mission is admirable, no doubt. But congregations are made up of people, and the people who make up this congregation were opposed to the landmarking from the beginning. They were clear about that, and the work that they've done in the past, from the AIDS crisis to supporting arts organizations, can still be continued or replicated in the same location, but they do not require this beautiful but sadly crumbling building. And in fact, I believe the 10,000 square foot of space that will be dedicated to the community is more than enough. Some members of the public have said that the center had raised 400,000, but in fact, the materials provided to us name that number as just 150,000. So I'm shocked when people are using terms like dirty hands or dereliction of duty or demolition by neglect or money grab. It just doesn't compute. And I also wanted to say that there's a reason why the LPC allows de-designation of landmarking status. And just like a prior speaker, I do believe that this is a lesson for the LPC to be more careful in future designations. And finally, my advice to the presenters would be to talk more in future meetings about the potential use of the sale proceeds and how they will be used, the endowment that will be set up, and its benefit to communities, especially communities of color in the broader city area, because that is a very compelling argument, and also about the contractual use of the 10,000 square foot space. I think that will put a lot of minds to ease. Thank you. That was all.
Thank you, Natasha. I think, Shelley, you were able to come back on. I think you're in the phone, so I'm going to promote you to speak now. I'm pretty sure this is you, Shelley, right? Hold on. Shelley, is that you?
Yes.
Great. Apologies. I saw your email. I did not see the hand up, but I'm glad that you were able to come back on and work this out.
Thank you. First of all, I have a background of 51 years as president and officer of a local synagogue and helped preserve it when people wanted to tear it down. But with West Park, when it was being considered for landmarking, I felt it was an outrage. First of all, there was a group called the Committee of Friends of West Park. They were going to raise $2 million. I don't know if that money, where that money is or if it ever was raised. Also, there were other fundraising, alleged fundraising projects, but basically the church was not helped along the way. They had 35 members and a minister at that time. Now they have 12 without a minister. Their mission, whether you agree with it or not, was a strong mission. It had city and wide and nationwide impact over the years and could again. I believe that the community is being disingenuous to say that it supports West Park. I told the people at Shari Tzedek on 93rd Street, who from the neighborhood, why don't you join the congregation, whether it's even if you're not Jewish, and if you can, and give money and support it. Help them, give them away, connect them with people who can help. But no one seems to do it until landmarking or unlandmarking takes place. I think this is unfair to the church and its mission, and I strongly support the resolution to unlandmark. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Okay, we're going to go back to public members. I did want to say that there is a few people on the attendees that have your hand raised. We're not going to, you have to sign up. And if you've also signed up and then are raising your hand, you make it very difficult for me to find you. So I was able to find you, Carmen. That's how I know you have both your hand up, but you did sign up as well. I would recommend people that have signed up to lower their hands. It's very tough to find you because you move out of order. So Carmen, you're up.
Hello, my name is Carmen Cáceres. I'm a dance artist and arts educator, currently an Upper West Side resident, originally from Buenos Aires, Argentina. I've been living in New York for 12 years already. At the forefront of my research as an artist is the motivation to help underserved communities while generating awareness about relevant and critical social issues. My relationship with the center at West Park started in the spring of 2021, right in the midst of the pandemic, when performing artists like me were struggling to continue with their practice. The center invited my dance company to participate in the virtual residency program. The center was truly a sanctuary space at a critical time that helped keep our dance company alive. Ever since then, I have been a resident artist at the center, creating, producing, and presenting our latest work. This historic landmark in New York plays a vital role in the livelihood of this piece in our dance company, while supporting the development, production, and performance of original artworks. The center offers a physical space, a home to a dance company for establishing a sustainable art-making practice. It welcomes immigrant artists like myself to speak about relevant immigration issues in a safe space. The center contribution as an incubator of artistic projects is essential to our city's cultural ecosystem. I strongly disagree with this. I firmly believe the center has to be preserved. This landmark is important in so many ways, and it's a big disservice to the community to tear it down. More luxury apartment buildings are unnecessary, and it won't benefit the community. It will make this increase, a large increase in the inequality that we're already experiencing in housing, in the housing market. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mim Warden.
Good evening. I am Mim Warden, chair of the board of the Center at West Park. When I first stepped into the sanctuary of the West Park Church in the summer of 2010, it had been closed for 3 years in preparation for the expected demolition of the community house and the building of a condominium on that site. The landmark designation had recently ended that plan, and the church was now deciding what to do with the building. For some of us, there was a vision of the potential of the space and how it might once again serve the Upper West Side. That vision gave rise eventually to the creation of the Center at West Park, first in collaboration with the congregation, and later as an independent not-for-profit organization whose mission was and is to support the arts, culture, and community interest in the Upper West Side, and to preserve and repurpose the building to take its place as a memory of the distinguished past and a beacon for new life in the future. This vision still guides the center, which now leases the space from the church and manages and programs it. Some other colleagues here tonight have and will speak more in detail about all that we have accomplished, and I thank those who've spoken with amazing energy by dedicated staff and volunteers. The space is special and is not likely to be replicated in the present day. The acoustics and volume of the sanctuary, the working space for dancers and actors and singers are highly desired by artists and are sadly becoming less available to creators and presenters of rich programs that give voice to a new generation and especially to marginalized people of diverse backgrounds. It is home to Noche Flamenca, Russian Arts Theater and Studio, the Seeing Place Theater, and many other groups that use the space. The vision lives.
Thank you very much. I'm struggling a little as we move forward because some people have left. So if everyone just bears with me, the next person is going to be Mark Greenberg. Mark, you're
yes, I'm here.
There you go.
I'm
Mark.
unmuted. Thank you very much. My name is Mark Greenberg. I'm the Executive Director of the Interfaith Assembly on Homelessness and Housing. Our office has been located on Manhattan's Upper West Side for 30 of our past 40-year history. We began at the Cathedral St. John the Divine, had our offices West and Presbyterian on West 105th, and we're now located at the Interchurch Center. We are committed to serve those in our city who are living on the margins. Our relationship with West Park goes back to the time of our founding. Our second chair was the Reverend Robert Davidson, who at the time was the senior pastor of West Park. Our current chair is West Park's most senior pastor, Bob Brashear. Throughout its history, West Park has been committed to justice for the most vulnerable. It was the site of the founding of God's Love We Deliver, the Sane Freeze Anti-Nuclear Peace Action. It was an organization, center, and refuge for many of the leaders of the Occupy Wall Street movement and many other efforts. Sadly, as we know, advocating for the vulnerable and marginalized, the poor and sometimes unwashed is not the best way to develop a cadre of deep-pocketed congregants and donors. As we know, the New York City landmark process can be very onerous to a historic site. The Landmark Commission requires compliance, but offers scant resources to pay for compliance. 20 years of scaffolding around the church is testament to the inability of the church and the presbytery to maintain the structural integrity of this historical building. So it seems to me if the church is not permitted to move forward with this plan, unless very significant additional funds can be secured, sadly, the building will continue to deteriorate and become increasingly dangerous and more of an eyesore. But I must admit, I'm torn as to where I stand on this proposal. West Park Church is much more than a physical building. It's a repository of over 100 years of blood, sweat, and tears, prayers and hopes and dreams. Many thousands have made West Park an icon and a treasure. If as promised, proceeds of the sale of the building result in a new sanctuary, community arts and meeting space, and substantial fund administered by the presbytery to support the development of affordable housing throughout the city, I think the life and mission of West Park would be able to live on in the future and would support the lives of the very people who are at the heart of the church has always been committed to serve. If on the other hand, as Councilmember Brewer
Thank you, Mark.
suggests, I think sufficient funds could be raised to maintain the building. I could be convinced that that would be a good alternative for the community.
Thank you, Mark. Cheryl Warfield.
Thank you so much for letting me speak tonight. I'm Cheryl Warfield, and I am an Upper West Side resident. I'm a professional opera singer and the leader of a BIPOC not-for-profit here, but I have no relationship with West Park. But interestingly enough, I do have a relationship and have done many arts programs with West End Presbyterian Church at 105th in Amsterdam. And they have a similar plight of a dying congregation. The congregation has been doing everything that it can to survive. And I do think that one of these days that this board is going to be meeting with this same issue, in which that church will also be sold, which would be very, very unfortunate. And my question would be, I guess, for Roger Leaf, how much of the money that the presbytery that will get from this sale would be going to help West End Presbyterian Church, which is just 19 blocks away? Two other observations, and that would be, first of all, as a professional opera singer, I was very interested when Councilmember Brewer said that West Park is acoustically perfect. That is something that cannot be replicated. And so therefore, in just for that aspect, if we think about Carnegie Hall, which is also acoustically perfect, it was in the same situation of potentially being torn down. What a terrible thing that would have been. Thank you so much for letting me speak, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Cheryl. The next speaker is Nina Musinski.
Thank you. My name is Nina Musinski. I was
part of Friends of West Park, who was one of the groups that was referred to rather not unfavorably, but we did help get the church landmarked. I want to say I'm struck by the lack of appreciation of history among some people. And others have expressed this so well, that this church is very important. The body, the physical church is very important for the history of New York. And I would ask the board to please listen to Gail Brewer. She made the most important point, which is that if the church were to sell the building as it is to a nonprofit, whether it's the Center for West Park or another, and I hope it's the Center for West Park, we would be able to raise money. I remember that our building, I live next door, wanted to try to raise money to keep the church from another high rise being put up, and we weren't able to do it because it was a religious institution. I think it would be beneficial for all concerned, including the Presbyterian Church, if I dare say, and I'm sorry if I'm treading on something I don't know about, to spread some good karma, sell the church to a nonprofit, sell the building to a nonprofit, take this problem off of your hands, and hopefully this would result in preserving this building, which is so important, helping the community, and keeping the fabric, the architectural fabric of our city. I have to say that building, that picture was so ugly, and I'm sorry, I'm joining the voice, the voice of the artist who spoke. I was shocked by that. The difference between the church in bad shape as it is and that building was really horrifying. So please do not approve this plea to unlandmark the church. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dana Ivy.
Yeah, hello. While I was originally against the destruction of this church, I've regretfully come to understand its inability to stand in its current state as current codes require. But even if I'm not in support of the alchemy proposal, won't the hardship application have to be approved if any other party can come forward and help the church? Is this proposal contingent on alchemy's participation, or does the hardship application stand alone?
Well, if you want to end your time, you got a little, if somebody wants to give us.
Yes, I'll leave it to
that's going to
somebody
be the end of your time.
for a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Does somebody want to answer that?
Val, would you?
Val, you want to answer that, or Roger?
Val, could you respond to that, please?
Yeah. Yes, this application is predicated on a contract with Alchemy. So it is.
In that case, I am not in favor. Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Okay, well, let's expedite the process. Thank you. Rosalind Pachensky is next.
Okay, can you hear me now?
You can.
Yes, good. My name is Rosalind Pachensky. I'm a distinguished professor emerita of political science in the City University of New York. But more importantly, I am a resident, like some of the others, of 176 West 87th Street, right next door to the church, for 35 years. It's hard for me to talk about this without crying, but I'm not going to cry. My windows look right over the church. The church is a part of my life. The church is a part of, I'm not a member of the congregation. I feel great sympathy with the congregation, but I adore the Center for Park West. I feel great connection to all of the arts and the social services and the anti-war activism, the People for AIDS activism that have gone on through all the years that I've lived here. It's an extraordinary building, but it's not just that, it is about the people, and the people are all those people from history. I will tell you that I am almost 80 years old, living on a pension. If this thing goes through, I will have to take my broken heart and leave here. If some kind of resolution, like a sale to a nonprofit, and Gail Brewer, I love you so much. If that goes through and there's some hope and promise for this community institution, I will dig into my savings and take everything I can to contribute to that project. It means so much to me. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eli Lazar.
Hi, thank you so much for your time. Are you able to hear me?
We are.
All right. Well, first of all, I want to thank you and the rest of the members over here of the Community Board 7 for volunteering your time here. We all in our neighborhood appreciate everything that you do. I'm a little confused, and I will yield the balance of my time as to what this meeting is really about. If this meeting is about the landmark certification or decertification of landmark status, that should be the only thing. What goes there instead shouldn't really matter, should it? It's about the building and its beauty and its landmark certification. So I yield the rest of my time. If someone would like to tell me what alchemy and what goes there to replace it actually really matters in this case.
Well, I think I don't think that's the type of question that would be answered. I think it's more of a rhetorical question that I think you've made your point. We appreciate.
Well, I thought that would actually be someone that would be able to answer. I mean, because it is such a part here, and the certification is what this is at the heart of. It's a beautiful, beautiful landmark building. And why is this bad behavior from the presbytery of not being able to keep it up? Why will that be supported and reinforced? Alchemy does some beautiful work around the city, and they make some beautiful buildings. But this is a beautiful building. It should stay that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Eli. The next person to speak is Beryl Abrams.
Hi, I'm a member of the board of the Center at West Park. I do not live in the neighborhood. I live down in the hinterlands of the West 70s. But this building once this building is demolished, that's it. It never can be replaced. This is a landmark. I mean, not just in the legal sense, but it's an iconic building. And someone said how Europe knows how to protect buildings like this. Our country doesn't seem to know how to do that. And to let this building be demolished would be just shameful. Shameful for New York, shameful for the United States. Also, I agree with everybody who's a number of things. The center had offered to purchase the building from the church, and our offer may have been low, but the church didn't even try to negotiate with us. They just weren't interested. We wanted to work as partners with the church to see how we might get this to work. We want this whole endeavor to work. We want it to be collaborative with the church. This is a great building, and the arts community, the work that's done in the center now, it's lively. It's lively. There's things going on, artistic things, magical things going on 7 days a week. And to let this be demolished would just be, I can't even think of words to describe how awful it would be. So that's really, I don't think anything else like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to give people some expectations, we are finally starting to get to the end of the list. So we've got about 7 or 8 people. So let's bear together, and then we'll move over back into the voting part of it. Lynn Callan, am I saying that correct? You are up next.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Thank you. Lynn Callan, C-A-L-L-A-N. I'm a lifelong resident of CB7 for over 60 years. Gail Brewer has outlined a way to sell the building out of the presbytery to gain the funds needed from the city and other places to save the structure. Remember the old Penn Station? I don't, but I know the horror of Madison Square Garden, which replaced it. And Robert SBA spoke beautifully earlier about the preservation of churches, synagogues, and mosques in Europe. I think there has to be a way, perhaps a hybrid project, other than something illustrated by the developer, like the Museum of Natural History or Williams College have done. They preserve the character of the original structures while moving into safer, more modern alternatives that preserve a sense of history without compromising their integrity. I would urge we not give up and allow the silver-tongued developers absolute control without further exploration of alternatives. Short of that, I would wholeheartedly trust whatever judgment Karpen might have, as he is a man of integrity. He's a fine minister, an activist, a parent, and an individual, and I'm eager to hear if he has any comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lynn, and I concur with your opinion of Kay. It's shared. The next person is Adam Brodheim. Oh, I'm sorry. Now you're available, Adam. Adam, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
My name is Adam Brodheim, and I study historic preservation at Columbia University. I've lived on the Upper West Side my whole life, and for most of that life, I've seen this building covered in scaffolding. What I study and practice, historic preservation, is about balancing priorities. It's not just about preserving the physical built environment and prioritizing what we have, but making sure that we take into account the externalities of preservation and the needs of our community. It's not just about physical buildings, but the things that happen there. God's love we deliver, Shakespeare in the Park, and making sure that there is a space where our community can incubate new things and make them happen. This church is a really fantastic building. I don't deny that. We've tried for a decade to figure out a solution, and we have not found one. New York City is desperately in need of new housing. And over the last decade, the Upper West Side Central Park Historic District, which this building is right next to, has net lost 500 units of housing. That means 500 fewer families can live in our neighborhood than a decade ago. Anything we can do to try to bring new families into our neighborhood is important. Secondly, this plan will provide new, accessible community and art space to our neighborhood. This is an unmitigated good. I love historic preservation. It's why I study it. But if after 10 years we've not figured out how to make this work, I don't think we're going to figure it out now. One of the first things we live in preservation school is how terrible sandstone is as a building material. I truly wish that weren't the case, and that this building was built out of a more sustainable material that could last for future generations. But we are stuck with our reality, and I'd like to make sure that we can save a congregation and bring new neighbors and art spaces to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. The next person to speak is Ankur Dalal. Hold one moment. I believe I promoted him, or them, I should say. Okay, I think something happened there. So we're going to move on, and I'll backwards if I did something. We're going to give me a moment as I move around. Make sure that this next person is here. Yes, we're going to have Robert Fultz Morrison speak next. Robert, you're up.
Thank you. And for those who want a name or a face, I am part of it. I am Reverend Robert Fultz Morrison, the Executive Presbyter of the Presbytery of New York City. And I'd like to just give some content to remind our listeners that we're 89 congregations in 5 boroughs. Most of us are small congregations, and most of them are having the same difficulties that are part of tonight's discussion with buildings and members and so forth. 60% of our churches are churches of color. And as Roger said earlier, the total assets of just the facade alone exceed the net assets of the presbytery to try to work on this. I've been to the West Park Presbyterian Church. I've been to the center activities, so I'm not uninformed of what the center's potential is. But I also want to address 2 things. One is that the church asked the presbytery to try to come up with a solution to get out of the burden of its building since landmarking. And so that's what the Administrative Commission came here tonight to bring to you, which was a proposal to ask for hardship. The second is that the reason for that is because they tried 10 years ago to find another way to both preserve the building and put up housing that was rejected when they went to the landmark status. The French Evangelical Church in Chelsea succeeded in the effort to sell a parish house building next door and preserve its Romanesque style building. So it is possible. And we have worked with churches throughout the presbytery with repurposing properties because we want to see the mission of the church continue. But the mission is its people. God's love we deliver, Shakespeare, whatever happened in that building happened because the congregants gave permission or opened its doors to the community to come in. And I don't want you to forget that it's the congregants and a church that has opened that up to the west side. And I hope that that can continue with a congregation on that corner. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are getting to the end here. I'm sorry to be not as organized because some people have left off. So it leaves me to sort of look at their name and then realize I'm not going to promote them. I believe that we are at the last person, and that is going to be, if they are still here, Jane Jerebick. Jane, you have an old Zoom, you have an old one, so I got to do something special to get you to talk. Okay, so I also see a couple things. So Natasha, I think you can speak as well. Let's have Natasha speak first, and then I'll work with Dane. Natasha.
Thank you. I'm Natasha Katarinopoulos. I'm the managing director at the Center at West Park. I'd like to address the investment that the center has made to the building, together with concerns about safety. In addition to presenting artistic programming, the Center at West Park hosts 3 artist-led nonprofit organizations, an after-school gymnastics program, and Lighthouse Chapel International, a congregation so vibrant they use all our 3 spaces for worship on Sundays. The foot traffic in the building is between 100 and 150 people per week. These people are our community, and their safety is paramount. That is why since 2017, we have spent over $400,000 in maintenance and repairs for a building we do not own. That comes from our books. We've worked effectively with West Park's property insurance broker and invested in any repairs required for compliance. The insurance company would not provide coverage for a building that is structurally unsound. We paid 50% of the expenses for the new shed and are paying 100% of the cost for its monthly rental, even though according to our lease, we are only responsible for the interior of the building. No member of West Park has ever suggested otherwise. Recently, however, Daniel Altman, the lawyer representing West Park, responded to a request for a 5-year renewal, of our lease, the option of which exists in our current lease, with the threat of termination for not having paid fines related to the facade. We want to stay, so we paid. The presbytery's presentation was very thorough and informative, but in my understanding, there is an option of keeping the facade and repurposing the interior. It's possible, but it is not profitable. Members of the committee, the choice you have to make today is not regarding safety. It's between community and greed. It's whether you will give a real chance to a nonprofit with a solid operational budget who, like you, would like to serve the community and preserve historic buildings, or side with the people who have and are looking to make more money. And make no mistake, none of that money is going to the community that will be displaced. Thank you.
Thank you. Dane, I've made you a panelist because it's the only way you could speak. You should know you have a very old version, but I think this would allow you to speak. Or not. Dane, I'm going to give you a few more seconds here. I'm looking here. Dane, you are a panelist. If you unmute yourself, you could speak. If not, we're going to.
Oh, cool. Okay, sorry. Sorry for my old Zoom.
They want to upgrade that.
Yes, I do. Okay, cool. Hi, my name is Dane Jerebick. I do work at the Center at West Park. I've worked there since 2019. I will have to say that I work in the building on a regular basis, and I've never felt unsafe. Honestly, that's true. Aside from a professional component, in a personal way, I'm a member of the LGBTQI+ community, as well as I'm a person who lives with HIV. And so having this building, which does represent something to me as a part of an oppressed community, having this building de-landmarked just feels like another moment where my history is being removed and scrubbed, and which has happened over generations and generations. So doing this again just feels like it's going to be taking away something from an oppressed community, taking away something from the Upper West Side, taking away something from New York, which is losing its history, losing its culture on a daily basis. That's just what this feels like to me. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dane. Okay, so that is all, everyone who signed up, who is still here. We went through, very proud to say, 50 plus names. So everyone in the community had an opportunity to speak that signed up. And that's quite a few. So I feel like we did a good job with our public hearing. We're going to go back to the session. And what we're going to have is, I believe what we discussed is that now we would open this up to debate, starting back with committee members. Committee members would have roughly 2 minutes to speak. A couple people, including Klari and Jay, have a little bit extra. And then if we want to have non-committee members, I think 30 seconds or so in a comment. We are at the point where it's almost 10 o'clock and we do want to vote. So I hope we're all considerate to each other. If we're on agreement on that.
Can I ask for a sense of the committee now on how, is that like too abrupt?
Well, at some point, we're going to have to figure out how to at least
vote
structure
about a
a
half hour
resolution.
either way. So, yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you want to do. I'm not sure what a sense of the committee or how you want to do that.
I just want to maybe by hands raised, ask the committee if there are those who are in favor, raise their hands. I'm not
With respect,
I just want to get a sense where people are going.
Michele, with respect, Michele, I think we should wait and listen to the committee members because,
okay,
it could influence people's ultimate decision.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So no.
All right.
So go ahead, Kay.
Oh, no, I was just.
We're going to go back through committee members. We're going to allow them, I think, 2 minutes, a little bit of flexibility with the two that we had mentioned. And then we would have non-committee for about 30 seconds and then we'll vote. So, and you can shape that vote and how you want it to be.
Can we have a 7th inning stretch here?
You want to do a final break? I know I could use one,
okay.
but don't worry. Max and I have been communicating, and I would be lying if I didn't run a couple times and sprint back to my computer. If people need to turn their, cameras off now, I won't call on anybody to the best of my ability with the camera. If someone needs to take a break. But
Steve, can you, Stephen, can you have the, those Cinco de Mayo margaritas delivered to each of our homes?
I've drank them all. That's why I keep running to the bathroom.
Maybe we should just run down the committee members and find out, if they have anything to say. Want to start with Klari?
Well, we have their hands up, so why don't we just stay organized and we can see their hands up and we'll go through them. And I think that's maybe the best way to do it.
So you'll call them?
I think that's probably the best way.
Okay, yeah, you can keep it consistent. No problem, Stephen.
And clarifying 2 minutes each for this one, correct?
2 minutes. Yes. Klari wanted a little extra time because she seated it. And Jay wanted a little extra time. So we'll have run the clock twice for Klari and be a little sympathetic. And Klari, since you already called, why don't we have you go?
Sure. This is one of the most difficult decisions and votes for me in my many years on Community Board 7. I love this church. I know the community loves the church. I love the architecture. I love its history. And I think if it is torn down, we will collectively lose that sort of neighborhood equivalent of an institutional memory of, as we go by it, of all of its fabulous history of its socially conscious activities through the years. I probably said the same thing about a difficult decision, though, 10, 12 years ago as co-chair of the equivalent of this committee at CB7 when we voted to recommend that the church become an individual landmark. At that time, there was no money. The place was a wreck. The sidewalk shed was there already. But I take a somewhat different view from what Mark said about that. I think we were putting about the next 10 years and what didn't happen. I think we were putting our heads in the sand with hope, but in my view, not really belief that anybody was really going to raise the amount of money needed to preserve this facade and the interior. And I don't quite feel this sense of blame of against LPC or against the Presbytery or against the church for the fact that it's still a wreck and now it's a much more expensive wreck. I would hate to see more luxury housing here. We don't need that in our neighborhood. That's not the kind of housing we need. And I also think that the center has been a fabulous resource that I was not that familiar with until now, but I've been totally persuaded that it's fabulous. I think 10,000 square feet is way not enough to replace the space and the uses that it has now, particularly given that the space is a 2-story space, and I think 10,000 square feet is not really accurate as to usable square feet there. But that's written into this agreement, so that's not really something we can negotiate. I also think that one could drive a truck. I can't, but I know there are people who could drive a truck through the estimates of the costs of repair. I think there are people, again, not me, who can drive a truck through the return on investment analysis. But even if you drive trucks through both of those things, I think the gap between any money that has shown up in the last 12 years and longer and any money that's likely to show up is still an absolutely enormous gap. So I find this, as I say, I find it very, very difficult, but ultimately, I think I'm going to vote in favor of the application because, in addition to what I just said, New York is not static. We're a vibrant city that changes. One of the reasons we're so vibrant is that we're not static. We're not, I mean, expression long uses, we're not Williamsburg. And while I take with a great grain of salt what the applicant has said on so many of these issues tonight, I just don't think the money is there. With all respect to Gail Brewer, I don't see the community, even if this becomes a not-for-profit owner, I just don't see the amount of money being raised in our lifetime. And some of you have a longer lifetime ahead of you than I still do, but I don't see that sidewalk bridge going anywhere for so many years. And it so diminishes the visual effect of the church that unless somebody persuades me differently in the next 20 minutes, I am very reluctantly, extremely reluctantly inclined to vote in favor of the application. And I have four seconds, 3, bye.
Thank you, Klari. We're going to run twice for Jay, and then we'll go to 2. I'd also ask, I noticed there's only a few hands up, and I got a feeling more people want to speak, so it'll help me manage a bit. So if you're going to speak and you would like, I really would ask that you would raise your hands now so we can kind of get it organized.
Stephen, I think we'll hear from all the committee.
Well, I think so too, and they've all raised their hand after I've said that, so don't worry.
Okay.
This allows us to get organized. But let's have Jay, and we said we're going to afford him a little extra time.
Yeah, well, Klari saved me a good bit of time because other than her conclusion, which I just haven't settled on yet, she's articulated many of my thoughts about what might happen going forward. I will say that I agree with her that I'm sure there's a lot of flexibility in the costs that we've heard about, but I'm confident that give or take, that it's an enormous undertaking and a very, very substantial expense to ever get this building back into reasonable shape. That being said, I'm also convinced that it's not going to fall down tomorrow. So I think there is time to resolve what the ultimate conclusion would be. There are a couple of things, just a couple of quick observations. I don't fault the applicant's presentation, and I don't think it's fair to disparage the work that they've done, and I don't fault the church for wanting to maximize the situation as best they can. And I think their ultimate intentions, if they ultimately realize a substantial amount of money from this project, if it goes ahead, I think their intentions as to how they'll use this money are admirable, and I have no reason to doubt their good faith in that regard. So neither of those things influence my thinking. We're a preservation committee. We're a community board and a preservation committee. So I think we start out from a bias towards preserving this building and this institution, and that's part of our mission. Again, as a community board and a preservation committee, I've been on this committee ever since I've been on the board, which was just after the designation of this church. So it's kind of like a legal burden on the applicants. I felt going into this thing that to vote in favor of this application, I would have to be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that it was absolutely necessary, and even more importantly, that there were no viable options. I'm not 100% convinced of the latter. I think that, I respect that the Presbytery has investigated various options before they signed this contract. But I'm not convinced that going forward, there might be some options, including, in effect, taking this building off the books, so to speak, by working out some arrangement with either the Center for West Park or another not-for-profit, and given some time to at least raise enough funds to halt any immediate demise of the building. There's one thing, and maybe this is a little bit legalese, but when I looked at the statute,
just hoping you could start to wrap up. That would be great.
This is the last thing I want to. Well, two things. I looked at the statute, and I think it's inadequate in terms of the standards for demolition for religious buildings, for churches. It struck me immediately that the standard which has to be met about not having an insufficient return somehow doesn't fit this situation. I know that's the law and we're bound by it, but I'm disturbed by it. I think there should be a different set of standards.
Okay.
In this situation. I have one more thing to say.
We got a lot of hands up. You got to be respectful for your members. You got 10 seconds.
One more thing, I promise.
10 seconds. Come on. You got a lot of people want to speak.
10 seconds. One of the things that I took under consideration was that in 1989, the Church of St. Paul and St. Andrew applied for permission to demolish their church building on 86th and West End Avenue. And Kay can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I read today. That application was denied.
Thank you, Jay. Come on.
And that building is standing today, and it's very productive, and it influenced my decision. I don't know yet how I'm going to vote.
Thank you, Jay. Susan.
Thanks so much. Real quick, my degree undergraduate was in urban studies with a specialization in historic preservation, and I worked in the field for a couple summers. I agree that our mission is to try to do preservation work on the Preservation Committee. I went on a tour yesterday of the church. I appreciate the time that was taken by the church to show us around and to talk about the issues. I went there yesterday with a very open mind, which is uncharacteristic for me, I'll be honest. I hope that I can convince my colleagues. I'm going to vote against this application. I do not feel that having allowed the building to fall into such disrepair, that the church should profit from it to this degree. I really, really like Gail's proposal that the church sell the property to a not-for-profit foundation and then try to find out what could be done with it. I agree with my colleagues Klari and Jay that, I've got some questions about the financials that were presented, but regardless, I just can't vote for this. I think it's wrong to allow it to come down. I also have some questions about how, with all due respect, how a complete renovation could only last 20 or 25 years, which I think was a great question that Ken asked. So I'm going to vote against this, and I really hope that that my colleagues join me in that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. Paige?
Thank you. I
sat out of this because, to be honest, most of the day was spent with my preservation colleagues speaking to the press. And I just want to give you an example of one thing or a couple of things. There are many, many landmarks in New York City that are falling into disrepair. Ellis Island, for one, 2 buildings were restored. The rest remains waiting for funding. Fort Totten, an old Army and naval base, rotting away. Parts of the shore along the East River, old glass fabrication warehouses. So preservation takes a long time because people forget about the time it takes to plan, permit, and repurpose landmarks. So I love this church. I think Eidlitz is one of my heroes. He did the little building, the chapel, and I would hate to see part of our history just disappear because we didn't have the money or the resources. So here's what I'm proposing for the committee. I believe that we can raise the money. We don't have to do the entire restoration all at one go. You can do it in pieces by priority. And somehow I feel assured now, with this crisis upon us about losing this beautiful building, we will find a way. So I am going to not support the de-designation. I think we made the right choice when we designated the property. And now it will be our charge as a preservation committee to try to locate people and sponsors to help us with these buildings, because this isn't going to be the first building we have to face like this. There are going to be others. So I'm putting my faith in the building and hope that we can keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Kay?
Yeah, let me share a couple of thoughts. I've been kind of quiet. I've been trying to really listen to the applicant and to the community, and especially to my fellow board members. I feel like the application does.
I know, but they can't. But I wanted to.
Just
Paige.
Hold on one sec. I'll get Paige. I can mute her.
I'm done. I'm done. Sorry, with my husband.
I got it. Go ahead, Kay.
I think there's a lot of merit to this. I think hardship is a legitimate and valuable part of the landmarks law. I also have a long relationship with the West Park Church community, and I think this is a good, faithful group of people. We've hosted them at our church. Sometimes when B'nai Jeshurun's had high holidays and needed our sanctuary, we've gone and spent time with them. I know they've tried to keep this place going. I'm also certain that the presbytery would put whatever money to good use. I don't question that. I think much more could have been done to support this church in the last 12 years. I think once it got landmarked, people sort of forgot about some of the commitments that were made. On the other hand, it is a stunning landmark, a beautiful, beautiful building, and it's a well-used building. I think the center has proved that it's a usable building. I spent a lot of time over the past few days crawling around in the attic and so forth. I think structurally, it's in better shape than I expected. I am very worried about the facade. That that is not an exaggeration to say that the sandstone is crumbling, and I'm concerned about that. Whatever we do, I do think the city needs to find a way, if it wants to keep these religious structures. There needs to be some way. I don't understand. Some constitutional lawyer is going to explain to me why it's separation of church and state comes into effect. Like the city can't possibly grant this church any money. However, the separation of church and state doesn't apply in under landmarks law and landmarking religious structures. Somebody will someday explain to me. All right, so my answer is I'm not quite sure yet. I'm still thinking.
Thank you, Kay. Michele?
I too am not sure how I'm going to vote, although I walked around in circles for the last couple of weeks. I was in Boston a couple of weekends ago. I got a look at the Trinity Church, which is their fine example of Romanesque revival. I was in Chicago this past weekend, and I saw a private home that was purchased by some finance bros, and completely renovated. And it is a magnificent example of Romanesque revival. You know, Chicago is like a preservationist dream. But the numbers, I hired an accountant, that would be my husband, and we looked at the numbers that the applicant presented, and we decided that even if 50 million is like an inflated number, and it's 25 million, where is this money going to come from? I appreciate that the not-for-profit is coming forward now, but I still don't see the money. And I'm sorry that I can't find some wiggle room around these numbers. I agree with Klari and Jay about a lot of things that they said. It scares me that other churches or congregations have this same issue with their buildings, and I hope this is the call to them to find other uses of the building. I'm proud of what we did for the church on 96 and Central Park West for to convert it to a children's museum, which may be what churches have to do in the future. And I like Richard Ash's idea to deny the presbytery any proceeds from the sale, but I don't know how that's going to happen. I adore Gail Brewer, but I'm not sure I understand how she's going to work this purchase deal out. I just, in the future, can't see it as a viable alternative.
Thank you, Michele. Peter.
Thank you.
All right. Fellow committee members and members of the public, you know, we're talking as if there are two alternatives here. One is to tear the whole place down, and the other is to preserve everything. But there is a third alternative, which I think we should seriously look at. The church has a community house, which is on West 86th Street, just to the east. And it's about 30 feet wide by the full depth of the property. It is used basically for classes and other things, maybe a few offices. I've been in there many times. It's possible that that space, which is significant, could be a place for some other use, like a residential building, that could go up and could even cantilever a little bit over the church in an unaggressive way, hopefully, somewhat like the building that we all know on Broadway and 91st Street, I believe it is, on the west side. So there is a middle road that can be, that we can go forward, that the church can go forward with. And that is to build something in that property, have it cantilever over there, over the church, and take the proceeds to renovate the church.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. We've got two more committee members, and then we'll move to non-committee members. Madge?
Going back to the air rights, sorry again, is there a way, due to hardship, to be able to transfer your air rights, rather than due to hardship, negate the landmarking? I don't know how the law is flexible in any way, and I don't know if Gail's still on the call and might answer that. But that might be another way for this church and other churches, because I think we're setting a precedent. This is a very difficult decision, but I think part of it is that if you decide to negate the landmarking, it really sets a precedent for many other places in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
and churches.
Thank you. Okay, the last committee member is Mark. Take your time. You've been very busy.
Yeah, I have to toggle between screens, so forgive me. I join my colleagues in agreeing that this is a very difficult decision. I don't take any of it lightly. And if I gave the impression that I was accusing the presbytery or the church congregation of anything other than using their money for their mission, then I spoke incorrectly. I do think that there were responsibilities for maintenance of this building, and we've learned through NYCHA, through everything that we've ever learned, that deferred maintenance means insoluble problems or incredibly difficult problems. I don't think that our resolution, I would be in favor of a resolution to disapprove this application, in part because once it's granted, there will be no other considerations, there will be no other opportunities to explore. I don't think our resolution needs to accuse anyone of anything. I don't think that it needs to say that the numbers presented to us were, we've heard all kinds of testimony tonight, whether there's simply one view of the facts or whatever else anybody said. I think that there is enough in what we have heard to merit turning this application down. I also studied the statutory language very carefully, as Jay did, and I'm glad that he did. And I find that there's plenty of room in that statutory language for us to express a reluctance to sign the death warrant of this building on the materials that are in front of us now. And so I would, and my last couple of seconds I'll take and say to my colleague Natasha that I am sorry to hear that she was concerned about speaking and that her views are very much every bit as important as anybody else's. With that, I will commend that thought to my colleagues and ask for a very measured vote in opposition to this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, and appreciate the very measured statement at the end. So we're going to move to non-committee members now. We would ask that people be respectful. We're now into the 10:15 time. We're going to have to vote, so let's be efficient. Let's try and do a minute, and I hope everyone can honor that. And let's have Barbara, you haven't spoken yet, so let's have you speak about this topic.
Okay, thank you. I came to this meeting very conflicted tonight. I toured the building a number of years ago. I'm aware of how dilapidated it was at that time. But I read all the materials that were presented. But I listened to all the community members, and I feel strongly with Gail that once this building got transferred to a not-for-profit, that the money would come relatively easily. I'm sure that she would put down the first $1 million, and I'm sure that many other of our elected officials would follow suit. And lastly, I just want to remind our colleagues that this to me is very important, but I feel that our primary responsibility as board members is to listen to the community. And tonight, the community spoke really loudly, clearly, and incredibly well. So that's it.
Thank you, Barbara. Rich?
Yeah, so a question is landmarking of houses of worship only valid for as long as the congregation remains active and able to afford the upkeep? Whether it's by demolition by neglect, or if the congregation, which is now just 12 people acting in good faith and truly cannot afford upkeep, is really water under the bridge. The real question here is whether the owner of a historic building that cannot afford upkeep should be able to claim hardship, demolish, and then cash out for tens of millions of dollars. The building has two values. One is a landmark and one is a vacant lot. Of course, landmarking reduces the value of a building. So few building owners want their buildings landmarked. That is because the building has great value to the community as well as to owners. That's why we landmark buildings. If the congregation cannot afford upkeep, they should sell the building. As one speaker said, a church is not a building, it's its people. The people inherited a historic building that Landmarks has said is a treasure, not just to the owners, but also to the community and the city. They should not be able to demolish the building to get the far greater value. There's obviously a huge financial incentive for the congregation in favor of demolition, but this would be tragic for the building in our community and would undermine the entire purpose of landmarking historic buildings like this. If the congregation can't afford upkeep, they should sell it as is. They should not be able to claim hardship, demolish, and cash out for the far greater amount. And it's also an extreme measure for a preservation committee to vote to approve demolition of such a beautiful landmark. Finally, just a side point, changing the rules about air rights would just be giving away millions of dollars by letting another building exceed zoning. It is also a temporary solution that would just give a one-time infusion of cash. We should think twice about doing that, but we definitely should not demolish this building.
Thank you, Rich. Mark, do you have a procedural thing? Because I think you might have put your hand back up, or I don't know if it's still up. I'm gonna.
Is that me? I'm sorry, you're asking me?
Yeah, I didn't know if you didn't know.
Yeah, no, I'm just, that's my stupid mistake.
No, I got you. Okay, Louisa, you haven't spoken yet. We'll have you speak.
Thank you. I came and mainly for listening and hearing about the issue. I was so impressed by the people who spoke lovingly and fervently about the building and the uses that are now going on there. I feel that to some extent it was a self-fulfilling prophecy 10 years ago. I'm sure the Presbytery would like to maintain all their churches. They cannot do that, obviously, because congregations are getting very, very minimal, and they decided to let this one go. That is the feeling that you get from this. I was very impressed by what Gail said, because the idea is that if you make this no longer a religious building, it will be applicable for funding from various sources. We haven't tried that. It is worth doing it. It is a new source, possible source of funding for this. And I don't think the building is going to fall down immediately. And so we should try it. We should let them do it. And it's very possible with a lot of foundations, et cetera, and a couple of millionaires around, maybe we could get it restored the way we would like it, because it is an enormous asset to the community, both functionally and just by being the beautiful building that it is.
Thank you, Louisa. Ken?
Thank you. This has really been a fascinating debate on both sides. I did a little research on old red sandstone buildings and discovered that the Red Fort in Agra, India, is made of red sandstone. It was built in 1565. That suggests that West Park might have another 320 more years if properly maintained. Maybe the difference has something to do with climate conditions, but there it is. It seems that in essence, the proposal is to trade an amazing community space for an almost certainly inferior one. And we haven't heard whether it will be guaranteed affordable for community organizations. I think Gail's idea, maybe in conjunction with Peter's cantilever, is worth trying. If it turns out that the building is crumbling as badly and as expensively as the applicants say it is, we could always go through the hardship process in the future. One thing we know for sure, real estate values will have risen even further by then.
Thank you, Ken. And thank you for doing a minute. It's a long meeting, so we've got 4 more people. I really ask if we can stay to that minute, because we're going to have more debate about the resolution. So let's have Doug.
Try to go under a minute. I just want to say that I appreciate everybody's input, and I do believe that there's an incredible amount of intelligence here. I appreciate the applicant and the proposal. I just want to say that yes, you could possibly drive a truck through the difference between what is being said in terms of the cost of renovations, and I do think it's important. I wish that there was a fully independent study done to determine the buildings, an engineering study, an architectural, safety, all the above. I wish we had a truly independent study. I'm not saying that the applicant or the purchaser is lying. I'm just saying I would like it to be 100%, objective if possible. I may abstain and think about this until we get to a full board, and that would be a soft no, and then I would decide whether or not to be affirmative or not on the full board. But that's where I am at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard? You gotta unmute yourself, Richard. And you're losing time, you should know. Okay.
You missed the gist of what I was going to say.
You're down to 57 seconds.
If I had to vote up or down, yes or no, I would vote to approve the application. This church has received no assistance from anyone, and none has been promised at this point, and they simply don't have the money to do what we'd all like them to do. Having said that, and having listened to all of you, and I agree with most of what everybody has said, I would suggest a resolution that denies the application without prejudice for the following conditions. One, that the church offer the building at no cost to another nonprofit organization. Two, that the church explore government funding. Three, that an independent estimate of repair costs be made by estimators selected by the Landmarks Preservation. Next, that in the event of a proposed sale, any proceeds emanating from the sale not be kept by the church, but go to a preservation fund for use to preserve other. And finally, exploring an amendment to the zoning resolution to allow transfer of air rights on the west side as it is on the east side, which might, raise more money than selling the building and tearing it down.
Thank you, Richard. And I would have that organized in case Kay or Michelle want to engage with you. We have two more people, and we'll have Robert.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What's number two, Richard?
Let's get the other
Okay.
two, and then if you guys want to use that as a reso, you can have a little conversation. But let's get through the last speakers. Does that work? If that's okay with you, Michelle.
Okay, of course. Thank you.
Robert.
Yeah, I'll just restate my position earlier and add a few nuances, and certainly appreciate Ken's research, which really belied the defensive comment made by one of the developers that the building was not meant to last. This was what an unfortunate statement. And clearly, we see now that it's wrong. And we talk about weather conditions. If the severe heat and monsoons of Asia have not eroded that building over 300 years or whatever, I don't think the mild winters and the moderate short summers that we get in New York City should be having that effect. Now, and I'm not convinced that they did the research. If they had done the research on sandstone buildings, whether red or other sandstone colors, if that makes a difference on the content of the stone, makes it more durable or whatever, I don't know. But if they had done the research, they would, and Ken, I assume, just Googled that. He just Googled it and came up with an extraordinary bit of information. But so just to add that nuance in, I really appreciate that contribution. And along the line of what Richard said, and and everyone else is saying, that they should there should be no residual benefits to the presbytery. To me, the presbytery is out of the picture, because once the church is built for whatever parish 100 years ago or whatever, and the parish, the parishioners, the numbers diminish, it becomes the patrimony of the local council. And
Thank you, Robert. Thank you.
Okay, Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ira?
The only reason that their numbers show that it doesn't work is they put a $50 million value on the building, which in no way ties to the assessed value. Even if, as somebody who's done a lot of these kind of planning studies, you can drive a lot of trucks through it. And the person who's riding it has a lot of influence on what that truck looks like. If you can go to 145th Street, you might have remembered there was a school between Broadway in Amsterdam that had trees growing out of it for years. Okay, go there now, or just Google PS 186. That's affordable housing. That was done in a building that should have been torn down, and I had a very vested interest in making sure that building came down. It didn't come down. The building's won all sorts of awards. It's built, and you'll get my point. This building is in immaculate condition compared to where PS 186 started from. The whole question is, what do you value the building at when you're starting? Otherwise, it works.
Thank
And
you.
that's affordable housing.
Stephen, excuse me. I just got a note that Shelley is trying to get into the meeting. I'm not sure if he's on a phone or on a computer, but I didn't want to be the only one who knew that.
If you pause a minute, I mean, Shelley was here before.
He's in the attendees now, as is Natasha.
Okay, give me a moment and I'll move him over if he's back in under the attendees.
Great,
Yeah, and I'm going to talk for a second. I didn't hear when they're calendared at LPC. Did anybody hear that? Or I know I didn't ask.
I don't think, I mean, I think June sometime, but I'm not sure they're actually calendared. I don't know if Val could answer that.
Okay, I'm going to, I'd like to add my thoughts, and then I think everyone has spoken once, and then I'll go try and find Shelley, and then you guys can continue to talk about it. My thoughts are pretty simplistic in the sense of when you have a building like this, for me, the burden's extremely high. I mean, very, very high. And I think when you get involved in a building like this, you know the burden's very, very high. And so I take everyone at face value and think everyone's working in good faith from my perception. But what I did not believe is that I would feel every single opportunity has to be taken before I would want a building like this to go down. And I'm not walking away from this conversation feeling that. And I remember this specific question was asked, was any new offers regarding this? And the answer was, well, we don't think we would get any. Well, I would need to know that they did get some. I need to know that every opportunity had done before I would vote. I'm going to vote against this. And I think for people that were up in the air, I would favor a classic building. I just need to feel like every single option before I go and see a building like that down. And I'm a bit of a historian, people didn't know, and I think of Penn Station, and I really wish I could see that building. And I don't know what happened to it, but I would want to make sure that they did every option. So that's what I'd be voting as a non-committee member. And I would tell people that are in the middle, maybe just think about when it's gone, and there ain't no going back. So that's my thoughts. I'm going to try and find Shelley. I'm going to hand it to, well, we can interrupt at that point, but I'll hand it back to Kay and Michele to start to discuss how you want to shape your resolution. Oh, wait, so I did find, okay, so I got Shelley. So I do think, and I see Natasha's hand up again, so we should let them speak and then everyone. So Natasha, you can speak. Do you want to say, I think you are empowered to speak.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mark, for the kind words earlier. And in addition to what I said earlier, I do want to also agree with Klari and Michele about the money or the availability of the money. I just don't see, with all due respect to Gail, I just don't see even 25 million being available from any sort of source for something like this. Nothing close to that has been raised at all. And the other point I wanted to make was about air rights. I understand it's a moot point right now in relation to this project, but I'm surprised that people are even bringing it up, because I've always heard of air rights in the context of it being kind of a dirty word in the community board context, because air rights tend to alter our skyline in very undesirable ways. I mean, 200 Amsterdam is just one example of that. So I'm just surprised that people are considering that even right now, even though this may be a moot point in this project. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Natasha. Shelley, you can speak.
Yeah, I'll bet that everyone on every board member supports the separation of church and state. Well, we don't want church involved with state. This is state being involved with the church. The fact is that any hope, I opposed the landmarking originally because I did not believe that the community of people who were concerned about this were really friends of West Park. And they didn't come through with the money, and neither did anybody else. And no one showed any real concern for the building improvement, it's an unsafe building in many ways, and it's even more unsafe with the scaffolding there all these years. The fact is that people coming up with solutions, theoretical solutions that are probably not workable. So should we delay this another year and find out that all these opportunities are not opportunities? And the Center for the Arts is great. And I'm sure in the new location, they would be able to have space, and they should, or we should find them space because they do great work. But that should not be the determinant. They are not the church. They are an organization leasing from the church. So as much as they're great, I think that should not be it. I think this is ill-advised. It was ill-advised when it was done. And what the years have shown is the community doesn't care enough to make a difference and to preserve it. And nothing probably will change in that way. As long as this is denied, then people will go back to being, oh, it's a beautiful church. I love seeing it from across the street. Come up close and see how deteriorated it is. And sandstone, I don't know, maybe India has some special blessing, but I don't think that's a basis for making a decision.
Thank you, Shelley. Thank you. Okay, so I'll hand it back to Michele and Kay to discuss the resolution and voting on the resolution.
Okay, so, Kay.
Before you start, can I just comment on sandstone, please?
Actually, Kay, yeah, I think you might have a problem commenting on anything, with all due respect. You have a conflict here.
Well, I don't, look, I'm just.
What's the conflict?
Why don't we work through the resolution? I think we're really deep into this, and I'm not sure how much the sandstone at this point would do so. If I can highly recommend, let's start to talk about the resolution.
She's not going to.
I think that would be my high recommendation.
All right, so we either resolve to approve or disapprove, or we have some.
Well, it looked like Mark offered something and Richard offered something. Yeah. I don't know if you want to engage with them, but
why don't Stephen, and Michele, why don't we start with that and see, where it gets us? Maybe if Mark could, Mark's was fairly simple and maybe could incorporate some of the other elements.
So let's talk about Mark's recommendations.
Okay, thanks. As much as I think, well, let me start with the positive. Or the easier part of it, which would be to say that I would propose a resolution to disapprove the application, because we might as well speak in the language that is presented to us. So we would either approve or disapprove the application for everyone's benefit. Disapproving the application means opposing the demolition or keeping the building. Sorry to be pedantic. On the grounds that there are too many unanswered questions, too many concerns about alternatives that have or have not been explored, that the application and the discussion tonight has revealed options and opportunities that would be foreclosed forever if the demolition were permitted. I'm sorry, I have to now toggle back to my minutes to find what Richard said. So a lot of what Richard said in terms of independent cost analysis, I would support, but I'm not sure that, I think that sort of fits into the unanswered questions and the finality of this action. I think that the whereas clauses, the fact recitation can include calls for those kinds of things. but I would like us to have a relatively clean, in my case, disapproval, because of the nature of the application, the unanswered questions, the unexplored options, and the uniqueness of the structure. While I personally, I'm sorry, there's somebody with somebody could be muted, please, thanks. While I personally think that there's something to be said about who profits and by how much and where does this money go, I both think that that is beyond the purview of the resolution that we're talking about. And I don't think that I have enough information, as much as I like what I heard from Richard and repeated, to make that a part of our statement in action on this. For example, I haven't seen, I looked at all the documents that Valerie was kind enough to send, but I'm not clear right now how much money the presbytery, and I'm going to mispronounce that all night, so just forgive me, how much money the presbytery has loaned to the parish. And of course, they should be repaid if there's a loan. So I don't want to get into those weeds, even though everyone knows that I love living in the weeds. So trying to keep it simple, it would be a resolution to disapprove for the reasons that I mentioned, with some whereas clauses that talk to the finality of the decision and the inability to reverse it, the unexplored options, and the creative new things that haven't been explored here. And without calling anybody names and without saying that the numbers are a lie or anything like that. That's where I would go. I don't know if that is what Michele had in mind for me to say, but that's what I'm going to say.
Who said they agree?
Peter said he agreed.
I think particularly the unexplored option. I mean, just the fact that there's this community house in the back, there could be several options that I didn't see anywhere, where you could save the building with some sort of compromise solution. That just hasn't happened yet. And so there are definitely unexplored options. I mean, if you look at the plan of the building, I don't know if you could see it, but there's a significant building on 86th Street, you know, behind the church, that is not really of great landmark quality, the way the church is.
All right, what do you think, Susan?
What, Michele, we used to be friends.
No, friends, this is landmarking, come on.
Oh, sorry.
It's 10:40 at night.
So sorry, no, I think that the way Mark has laid it out is really great. I think, you know, in support of disapproving the application, and I think it's also 10:40 at night.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
All the questions.
Jay, you wanted to say something? Then
Jay and Klari have their hands up.
Had their hands up first.
Jay and Klari have their hands up, so you want to let them.
Yeah, I agree with what Mark said, but I think all of it should be moved into the preface to the resolution. What we always do is say that the following facts and circumstances were considered, and we can list all of those things, but the truth of the matter is, whether you're voting for, against, or abstaining, we're doing it for many different reasons. And so I don't think any of that needs to be. I would suggest either a simple resolution to disapprove or a resolution to approve with a recitation of the facts and circumstances. That's my suggestion.
Okay, I see a couple of,
I think as a committee, you may want to get a shape, and then some non-committee members are allowed to ask. Let's have Klari, who I think is in the committee, to add her thoughts.
My Zoom seems to sort of on its own mute and unmute and unraise hands and stuff. So I'm a couple things. I'm pretty close to what Jay and Mark have said. With all respect to Richard, I think that pretty much the conditions and comments and whatever provisions that Richard Ash was suggesting are beyond our purview, and I don't think any of them belong in our resolution. I also, in that connection, want to thank Natasha for her remarks on are looking to expand air rights. In my view, in general, what air rights do is give you even bigger condominiums that we don't need than the benefits that they provide. But in any event, I don't think that belongs in our resolution. I think Mark is basically right that the resolution should be, and I'm not sure yet how I'll vote, actually, got to decide very soon. Basically, I would make it even simpler and ask Mark and Jay to consider something which basically says that we are not persuaded that the applicant has met the extremely heavy burden, extremely high burden of demonstrating the requirements for de-designation. And that's really, I think, the operative premise that is the one that matters, and therefore we disapprove.
All right, so can everybody live with those recommendations?
I'm fine with embellishing it to that slight degree.
You're okay, Jay, Madge?
Yes.
Yeah.
Josh, I see.
My opinion doesn't reflect how I'm going to vote, but I think that's a fair way to present it.
Within moments, we're both going to have to show our hands here.
Yeah, I know.
So,
Who's got
so
that?
maybe we'll take a vote. Kay, you want to do that now?
What are we voting on?
Oh, just can't wait.
There are hands raised, so.
There are.
My suggestion is there's two non-committee hands. I don't know if you guys just want to share up what you want to do there. We'll get the non-committee who have a right to speak as well, and then we'll do the vote. But seems like you have a game plan on the resolution. Let's have it's Richard, and it's to do Richard. So Rich Robbins, why don't you speak first?
Yeah, just a process question, especially we have 134 members of the public still in attendance, which is awesome considering it's almost 11 at night. I'm not sure that everyone, even on the board, because we have some new members, let alone the public, knows the difference between us voting down a resolution to approve and voting up a resolution to disapprove. So I think it could be worth someone, Mark or someone else, just taking 10 seconds to clarify that. Thank you.
Sure.
Want to do that, Mark?
I'll make it real fast. There is an application before us asking for permission to take an action. So our resolution should speak to the action asked of us. And so the action asked of us is, do we approve or disapprove of the action, in this case, the leave to demolish the building? So the appropriate way to phrase that is that we have a resolution to disapprove the application. And then the application is the master of the application is the person who made it. That's Valerie from Kramer 11. If you know anything about Kramer 11, you know that it was made as well as anyone on earth could possibly make it.
Thank you. Richard, Ash, I think you have a.
Yeah, I can live with Mark's proposed format with Jay's comments that put everything in the facts section.
Yeah.
It would be more expansive in the facts section than I think Mark is proposing, and put in some of the unanswered questions so that they can be answered. And I would also put in the phrase without prejudice in the denial.
Thank you, Richard. And then my last thoughts are just to confirm that I supported Mark. I think let's not point the finger at anyone. This is more about the building itself, and Klari's wording of just the burden being very high, I think is the burden's high. So I think putting that in there, I think sort of clarifies that it's our vote and without prejudice as well, and things like that. I think just our belief is to support this landmark building more than anything.
It still would be very helpful before we vote to have somebody, whether it's Mark or somebody, say exactly what it is we're voting on.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you guys want to summarize? I think that's everyone. Everyone had a chance to speak. Do we want to have, Shelley, you spoke before. Do you want to speak again? I know.
Just on procedure.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
We have to approve or disapprove an application.
Correct.
We can't vote to disapprove. With yes to disapprove, it has to be one way or the other.
Right. We
understand.
Gotcha.
So let's have Mark. You want to verbalize this again, and then we'll vote.
I'll do my best. I don't have it written out, obviously, but it would be a resolution to disapprove. It would recite facts that the basis of our disapproval is the unexplored options, and I'm happy to at least draft this initially and share with anybody who wants to see it after the committee chairs have seen it. Unexplored options, both fundraising and the not-for-profit angle, and architectural with respect to the community house and other options. We can cite a few examples of unanswered questions, so we're not being vague. And we can talk about the finality of and the irreversibility of the decision, and all that would be in the facts section. I would not propose that this say that we disapprove without prejudice, because there's only one application before us. We should take a position on it. If somebody wants to change their application, we can change our resolution to support or disapprove it at that time. But there's a question before us, and I think that this deserves a finite answer. So I would propose to say we therefore CB7 calls on the LPC to disapprove this application as presented. Doesn't mean we would, forever wedded to that position if the application should change.
Okay, are you ready to vote as the chair?
I think we're ready to go. Michele, you want to call?
I'm sorry. One more thing is that I will absolutely include the phrase as badly as I just wrote it down, that we that we disapprove the application because we believe that the applicant has not met the appropriately and extremely heavy burden to support the action it has requested.
Great.
Could I say one more thing, please?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. So I was with you all the way, Mark, until the part about the unexplored architectural options, because although with all respect to Peter, I think we in the written materials we saw, and in the response to Peter earlier tonight, we heard that there had been an exploration of using the Idlets chapter house for apartments. And it was not going to work, and I pretty much bought into that conclusion. And I think we lose some credibility with LPC if we say things that are not really true. So I again
we'll modify that. I understand your point, and I think it's a fair one. I'll modify that.
A lot as unspecific as we can.
If I could suggest that, since all of that is above the line, so to speak, that Mark, you can take a shot at drafting that, circulate it, and since it's not actionable, we don't have to take a vote on that, and we can all take a quick look at it as a preamble to the actual resolution.
Very good.
Okay. I'm going to call out the names for the vote, okay? And just one other thing, you don't have an LPC date, right? Val, do you have an LPC date, a dated LPC?
I don't want to speak for her, but go ahead.
Oh, sorry, we do not have a set date yet. There are, I think, 3 possible dates in June that we could make. Looking at the calendar.
It'll have to be after June 7, which is our full board meeting.
So it'd be either 14th, 21st, or 28th, I guess.
And Madge and Michele, after you conduct the vote, I'm going to ask for 2 seconds to confirm board colleagues who are here and not here, just to make sure the minutes are accurate. So if you would indulge that, I would be grateful.
Okay. Sure. So a vote in favor is in favor of disapproval.
Yes.
Yes. So Klari.
Oh gosh, do I have to go first?
No, I can call somebody else. Josh. I can't hear you, hon. Josh.
Disapprove. Or I approve. I approve the disapproval.
Right. You approve to disapprove, right?
Come on, Josh.
Madge.
I approve the disapproval.
Peter.
I vote to disapprove.
So he approves the disapproval?
I just want to be clear, because everyone's already said everything wrong. The resolution is to not approve the application. Right. So you were either going to approve or disapprove. If you approve, that means you're supporting that we're not supporting.
Michele, let's use simple yes and no.
Say for the resolution, or
we're all tired. We're all tired. Every person got it wrong. I just want you to know.
Okay. So Josh says yes. Madge says yes. Peter, you say yes. Mark?
Yes.
Jay?
Yes and no. Pass.
So you're abstaining?
Yes, I abstain. Need more time.
Okay, Susan Schwartz.
Yes.
Yes. Klari.
Yes.
Okay. Kay,
Yes.
and I am a no.
Approving the application.
I am a no, and I think I got everybody on the committee.
No, you forgot
didn't
me.
call Paige.
Paige, you can't vote.
I can vote.
For herself. Let her speak for a minute.
I can vote. The only reason why I didn't talk today is that I ceded my time for one of the speakers to present other alternatives and explain some preservation language. Other than that, I've been fully in accord with what you guys have said. I support it, and I don't see why I can't vote.
We got a couple of letters into the board, into the board office, and some of them I read, and one of them referred to you specifically as representing or helping out or doing pro bono work for the
Center.
group.
I'm just going to jump in.
For what?
We're
not all going to speak.
Actually, no, I'm going to
Ask
jump
a
in.
question.
Excuse me, I didn't hear Michele. Can somebody?
Everyone's going to
finish?
stop, please. Everyone's going to stop. If you have a question, ask a question, but that's, and we can't all talk. So
I'm going to let
Michele, you have a
Max speak for
question?
me. Max,
Max, you
Thank
have
you.
a question, but whatever it is, ask Paige and Paige will answer. And that's the way.
Sure. Okay. So per protocol that I've always followed over the years, I'm just going to ask Paige if she could say it into the record if she is retained in either a pro bono or a paid capacity for anyone related or tangentially related to the project. I just need Paige to, I'm asking her to say that into the record.
I did do work a long time ago when Tom Vitula Martin was alive, and I did participate in a survey. I am not working for the center now, and I'm not volunteering for the center now. I'm independent. I'm not, and I have never been paid by them. Does that answer your question, Max?
Yes, thank you. And I hope you can appreciate why I had to ask.
No, I'm quite happy to clarify it. I was at a series of events this morning to talk about architecture and the building at a press conference at our representative's request. And that was it.
But we have cleared, have we cleared that up yet? She has answered the question, and if there's any other reason, then she should be able to vote, correct? We all in agreement?
okay.
Okay, thank you.
What is your vote, Paige?
I forget. I'm with the rest of you, with the majority.
I think it's yes if you're voting down the application.
Yes, I'm voting down the application. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the vote passes in committee 8110. Now
Okay.
I will ask non-committee board members.
Can I, from a timing perspective, can we do that digitally? I just think if we can move to the digital, it'll help out quite a bit. And,
If you give me, if you give me the number.
I'll read them to you. So all all non-committee board members, please raise their digital hands now, and I will read them to you, Michele.
If you're in favor of.
If you are a yes to this. So I'm going to start reading those names. Seema Reddy, Barbara Adler, I'll do the first names only if I need to. Rich Robbins, Robert, Ken.
Wait a minute, hold on. Robert SPA, Ken,
Louisa, Ira, and myself.
okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Correct. I'm going to lower those hands. Any non-committee members here voting against the resolution as said, so it would be a no. So there is Shelley Fine.
And Natasha.
Hold on.
Thank you for helping me with that. Yeah, she's in the
Shelley.
attendee. So Shelley Fine and
Is a
Natasha.
no. And Natasha is a no.
Yes. Anybody, hold on, let me lower everyone's hand. Anybody for call, hold on, let me just lower this. Anybody abstaining as a non-committee member? You have 2, Richard Ash and Doug Kleiman.
Hold on. Richard Ash and Doug. Okay, thank you. That's 2.
And anybody, let me lower these, anybody as a non-committee member for cause. I mean, yeah, for conflict of cause. It's been a long day. Okay, 0. So
Okay,
that
so-
is your vote.
Among the non-committee board members that were here, the vote was in favor 8-2-0. Now, let me just double check. Robert, yeah. We don't have Christian or Roberta here anymore, right?
I don't believe they're still here.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. 8-2-2-0. 8-2-2-0 among the non-committee board members. This still has to go, of course, before the full board.
Yeah, so so if we wrap up together, the next step is, this is the vote in the committee. This will be voted on in our full board in June.
Right.
I personally just want to thank everyone for coming here. It was great to see, we still have 153 participants, so it's quite an audience. I want to thank the applicants. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you staying here. We appreciate your presentation, and this conversation will continue. But we have come up with a resolution.
Thank you so
Mark?
much, everybody. It's been
Mark,
a pleasure.
Procedural, you want
I just
to
need to, I just want to make sure that I confirm the non-committee board members who are present, because I can't see you all on the screen and type at the same time.
Okay,
So-
you want the names?
So Michele, did you keep the track of those names?
I did.
Then why don't you and I stay on for a couple of seconds afterward, and we can dismiss the class.
No problem.
Unless somebody else has a burning desire to find out, who among us had nothing else to do on Thursday night.
I have a motion to adjourn.
So let's adjourn. Everyone's going to jump off. Mark and Michele, I just want to be careful that if you're on Zoom or people are on, I don't know, you guys may want to call each other to do
Well,
so, unless it's
Should we
very.
just call each other?
I think
take
it should,
it off.
actually, no, I think it should be on the Zoom. So I think we should do it quickly.
Okay,
and-
just making you aware that people are still on the Zoom, so.
That's all right.
That's
And
fine.
they're hopefully on the live stream too. This is great.
Just making you aware, that's all.
Yeah. So I see Gail's back, so we may want to tell her what the vote is.
I think the meeting's over. We've adjourned.
Yeah,
That's why I want to,
exactly.
I think we need to end the meeting, Mark. And I think you guys should just do things. I'd like
Okay.
to end the meeting. That's what I feel.
So-
Yeah, all in favor.
Thank you. We're going to adjourn the meeting, and I'm sorry. but I
Good night,
think-
everybody.
Good night. Thank you very
Good
much,
night.
everybody.
Thanks,
You're
everyone.
terrific.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kay.
All right, thanks,
You
Michele.
can stay on.
Mark,
Oh, no, you need that
Mark, before
margarita.
I get off,
I need a
could
margarita.
you, I know I'm a non-committee member, but could you send me a copy of your resolution draft?
My intention is to send it to the co-chairs first. Once they've
That's
approved it,
fine.
my intention is to share it with anybody and everybody. So yes, absolutely.
No
That's
problem,
fine.
Richard. And I hope we work together in the future on some issues.
Oh, we will, I'm sure.
Thank you.
I want to say that you and Kay and Steve did a fabulous job tonight.
Thank you. Yeah.
I
Thanks. Well
thought,
done.
and I thought the community was extremely cooperative.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's a way to run a meeting. It took, I don't know, 4.5 hours.
But
And, we still had a lot of people on at the end.
yeah.
So you
Just
did a good job in a difficult circumstance.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
We really had what were you going to say, Kay?
No, I was gonna say, I'm out. Peace, baby.
All right, I was hoping for the wisdom of King Solomon. I told a couple of people on this issue. It
Yeah,
really
we're just gonna
was
split it right
one
down
of
the
those
middle.
issues.
Well,
Stone or no.
It's remarkable how many people think that Solomon actually did cut the baby in
Hey,
half.
no, yeah, I know what the story is.
Hey, I read my
So
Bible.
somebody
Yeah,
said, no, I'm the
that was
mother."
on QAnon.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay,
All right.
let me go over these names with you, Mark.
Yeah, bless you.
Stephen said we
Brown-
should-
Good night,
so-
everybody.
Stephen said we shouldn't, so I'll do that I'll send you a list. How's that?
No
Perfect.
problem. Okay, no problem.
Copy me, because I made a list too.
Excellent.
All right,
Okay.
yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Thanks,
we're good.
everybody.